The Curse by Philomena Ode. Copyright 2022. Cover photo by Rajesh Misra, used without their endorsement per Creative Commons license. Dedicated to Ashley Rose, the warrior princess and the wannabe wicked witch. To be reborn is a constantly recurring human need. Henry Hughes. Author's note. This is foremost a fantasy with obvious real-world allegories. It is not a story about the Black experience. As a white author, I am not capable of writing such a story. Content warning for murder, child abuse, gaslighting, systemic racism, misogynoir. The Forest. Long ago, back when the wills of man still feared the physical and ethereal inhabitants of the woods, the sun had yet to rise on the morning of Samhain Eve. The villagers and aristocracy of the small kingdom still slept peacefully on the edge of the forest before the morning star beckoned them from their beds. The black sky had just begun to fade to navy, and the thickly strewn trees kept the burgeoning daylight at bay for a few extra minutes. About a 2-hour horse ride from the last house on the edge of the township, just off a well-trodden dirt road in the depths of the woods, lived the only permanent human resident of this forest. She was a witch, much like any other you would find living solely amongst the company of the trees, critters, sprites, and dryads. The witch lived alone in a tall hut, nearly as small and bent as she. It held only the one room, the size of a large cupboard, built from the high, craning trunks of 3 elder firs, interwoven with each other since they were saplings. 2 scarlet-berried, sprightly arching rowan trees were knotted together to hold in the tall, carved door of thick bark shed from an elm. The many overlapping thorned birches that made up the walls were all heavily laden with tomes in every language, like dangerously uneven bookshelves. These volumes sprawled all the way up the conical spire of pine, far beyond the height that any sized human could reach unaided. The witch's home was a tower of words and greenery, all except for the corner furthest from the door. There, a miniature ancient stove held a flue poking haphazardly outside between the evergreen needles. The stove was nestled under a wooden altar carved into the furthest southern tree trunk, laden with instruments, ingredients, and sacrifices. Besides the spellbooks and the stove, the only other furnishings inside the hut were a minute hand mirror, an enormous water bladder, both hung from branches on either sides of the stove, a large flat stone with 2 smaller stones on opposite sides serving as a table and chairs, and a hand-woven burlap bag overstuffed with goose down on which our witch was sleeping. Before the first sliver of sunlight touched the forest floor, the witch's dark eyes shot open. The rest of her body was less keen to be awoken. She sat up with a muffled groan so as not to wake her cohabitators, the tree nymphs, of course. With more than a few creaks, she pulled her elbow-length, silvery white hair away from her eyes and rubbed the rheumatism from her aching hands and knees. The witch was used to answering the pleas of desperate strangers coming from beyond her gate at all hours of the day and night, but she was not in the habit of waking up of her own accord before the cock crowed. Today was an exception. Lifting the faded, strawberry-blonde wool cape that doubled as her blanket off her naked lap, the witch finally stood to her feet, throwing the robe about her shoulders. It was so old it barely reached past her knees anymore. Her fingers shakily shoved the loosely sewn-on nacre shells through their respective holes to shut out the teeth-chattering mid-autumn chill. She slipped her feet into the heavily worn wooden slippers which she wore everywhere, and shuffled across the floor that had, once upon a time, been lush grass, but turned dirt from centuries of pacing. Her wobbling gait brought the woman to her stove, which was etched from foot to flume in runes. The witch placed her bony hand tenderly on the enchanted furnace, summoning a flickering of every warm shade of light through the runes. The brief display died back down again without anything else having happened.
"Damn old thing,"
the witch whispered to herself, giving the hunk of iron a whack, which burst its etchings and interiors into burning, fiery life. She hadn't the time to warm her limbs by the fire, but would enjoy the coziness that will have spread when she returned. The witch hobbled up to the plank of bark and leaned against it so the cracked bottom rose up, and the witch walked under the door, letting it fall behind her to scrape the grassy exterior earth closed once more. The morning mists were gaunt and fleeting, like the ghosts of naiads lost on land. The witch trudged along the unmarked path leading from the base of her hollow, less than a meter, to the gate in a seemingly useless fence. The fence posts were too short to prevent most things from scaling it, which nothing had need to, as there was no wire, no wood, nor anything at all closing the gaps between them. There wasn't even a protective spell placed over this fence, and the witch found it still worked perfectly well, as she had no need to keep out animals, spirits, or fae. The posts were made of tibia, fibula, and humeri, with different-sized human skulls adorning each. Such was the reputation of our witch that this fearsome sight alone made sure that any who sought her arts came no closer than the gate to implore their admission. The wicket itself, also constructed of bone and hinged with twine between the tallest femurs, was strictly of a symbolic, ceremonial purpose on those occasions when the witch was forced to travel far from home. There was a sign hanging on the gate, woven from pine needles, its message written in red, enchanted echo ink. Whichever side faced outward would shriek its message to any person that approached it, in case they could not see or read. The message it bore 364 days and nights of the year said, "Wondrous witchings! Curses? Wards? Transformatives! Nothing done for nothing!" The witch flipped it over to the opposite side, which read simply, "No bleeding clients! No exceptions!" With that chore done, the woman turned about face and headed round the back of her woodsy home, where the small chimney was spouting smokeless heat vapors. There, below and to the right of the stovepipe, sat a brilliant scarlet fothergilla bush that came up to the witch's collarbone and was as wide as a carriage. Its branches and fronds were even more heavily interwoven than those making up the walls of her home. The witch plucked one of the red leaves, dropped it to the ground, gave a little kick, too tired to bend down and sprinkle dust on the shrubbery, and spoke quietly to not arouse anything.
Dispersa folia.
The bush's leaves snapped open like a silent spring-hinged box, revealing several hens and a rooster nestled asleep in its branches. Thankfully, no one had awoken prematurely. This was the quietest time of all in the forest, when the toads, the bats, and the owls have all finally gone to sleep, and the early birds were just stirring for, or still dreaming of, their worms. The sunlight had yet to breach the canopy, so the witch leaned her back on the savory-smelling needles and shut her eyes until she was awoken again. She hadn't the time to drift deeply enough into sleep to conjure a dream, so the vision that had crossed her mind every day for decades replayed before her mind's eye for the umpteenth time. It was the only premonition the witch had ever been gifted. The details had grown hazy with age, but the paramount facts were as fixed as ever. A hooded young girl upon a thundering steed hurtling into the forest on Samhain's night. Tonight, once darkness fell, this budding woman would seek her out and ask the witch to perform the least sought-after curse in her arcane arsenal. A curse which defied death to enact vengeance. A curse that, if correctly performed, would take a terrible toll on the caster. If the witch had ever dreamt the girl's purpose in seeking out so evil a curse, it had fallen from her memory long ago. Still, there had been something unforgettable in the girl's eyes, a terrific and terrifying rage, which coaxed a humorous flame in the witch's long, apathetic heart. What harm could it do to have the ingredients for such a curse at hand? She had decided, after many a year ruminating on the vision, upon deciding to hear the girl out, from intrigue, if anything. It's not as though magic could be forcefully taken. Rang the crow of the rooster from the shrub, stirring the old woman from her near slumber. The witch heaved herself forward and plucked that cocky bird right off the branch by the neck before he had the second beat of his second crow out into the burgeoning daylight. She caught his taloned feet in her other hand, holding all but his wings still. The startled hens squawked and went flapping off in every direction, but the witch didn't mind, as they always went off in the day, and she only protected them at night for their steady supply of quills, eggs, and various magical appendages. Startled as they were, she knew they'd be back come nightfall. Only the symbolic cocks ever had to be sacrificed for their additions to witchcraft.
May thy spirit forgive mine actions.
The woman's bony hands strangled the chicken in their strong grip, and the first ingredient of the spell, as well as her breakfast, was procured. The Palace. In the neighboring kingdom, about an hour and a half ride from the township at the southern border of the woods, lay a majestic castle where the king, the queen, along with their daughter and son, lived. Its most notable feature were the two towering spires on either side of the rectangular residence. The sole entrance to the grounds was only approachable by either side of the expansive courtyard, which faced a sheer cliff hundreds of feet above a rocky shore overlooking the sea. The second inner wall, barring the workers' ward from the royal gardens, were equipped with retractable, rolling iron fences which extended over the edge of the cliff in case of attack. There was no way yet conceived to quickly and safely scale the castle's colossal towers or massive walls, leaving the only point of attack reachable by marching all the way around it. By the time an invading army might arrive within sight, the palace would be locked up more securely than a tomb, and both walls would be teeming with archers, pikesmen, and oversized shields for their more inexperienced guards. It was a nearly impenetrable fortress. The steeples were the most defensible position because that was where it was said that the king held his two most precious treasures, his children. While the rest of the palace was a beautiful white marble with black streaks, the two towers were made of golden-colored brick and both covered in vines of red and pink mandevilla flowers. Between the time in which the witch had awoken and the proletariat were roused to their callings, the castle barnyard's own rooster caught his glimpse of sun from behind the wall and gave his own uninterrupted morning rite. Up in the eastern tower, a pure blossom of heaven opened her sepia petals to reveal her chestnut eyes to the morning light. The girl had skin the color of cream splashed with coffee, and loose curls the brilliant color of raven's wing. She awoke in a massive pink bed, draped in silk and drowning in brocade so heavy, at first glance, the pink could hardly be seen underneath, glowing in the dawn's light descending from the window just above the crown of her canopy. It was more of a jewelry box than a sleeping place, though it barely saw any sleep the following night. The princess had been up past 1 a.m. from excitement and only passed out from anxious exhaustion. But now she was wide awake again, as early as she always was on the festival days. Today, being her favorite of all, was no exception. The princess loved the feasting and the gift-giving, but none as much as she loved seeing the somber, if beautiful-looking halls of her gargantuan palace transformed by decorations to match the theme of the occasion. When the castle gates were rolled back, they always brought the spontaneous human gaiety that the mirthful little princess and her younger brother could not be expected to bear the weight of by themselves all the time. Although the admiration and doting of the lower aristocrats did do its fair share to amp up the antics of the attention-craving young royals. The elder sister threw the enormous silk quilt off her and sprung out of bed. The princess grabbed her dressing gown and threw it over her nightgown, tying the sash, while wiggling into her softest pair of slippers. Once she was sufficiently, if partially dressed, she ran to her vanity table and began beating a comb through her well-tossed hair. When it had mostly submitted, the princess threw open her bedroom door, ramming into it and startling the guard who had taken over watch of her bedroom shortly before the princess had fallen asleep.
"Oh, I'm so sorry, honest,"
the girl apologized as she ran past him. The guard yelled his half-hearted felicitations to her disappearing back, a little relieved at being able to finish his shift sitting down with his eyes shut. A giggling,
"Thank you,"
rang back in reply. The princess was more than beautiful. She was lovely inside and out, but all who looked upon her could not help but love her too. The girl had never known hardship, and so she had never wished hardship on anyone. She took the stairs 2 at a time, greeting each beaming servant girl and moon-eyed kitchen boy as quickly as she could without slowing. After she made it to the bottom of the east tower, the princess rounded the far end of the tremendous marble foyer. Orange, black, and rose gold-colored banners swept up and down the length of the open-air hall. The torch brackets lining both walls had been filled with cornucopias of autumn flowers, fruits, and vegetables, all turned a glowing goldenrod by the strength of morning's light through the arching holes between the walls' pillars. The 10 suits of armor stationed between the torch brackets all had their chest plates removed for polishing. Being propped up inside the hollow warriors, the servants of the palace were arranging miniature scenes of monsters and mischief-makers, fiends and fairies, ghosts and ghouls. The pair of breastless panoply that were already complete had been adorned with off-white porcelain masks cast in the princess's own visage. Hanging on the wall above the central staircase leading up to the wall and down into the hall, in place of where the royal family portrait had hung every day for the past 8 years, painted shortly after the birth of the young prince, was another portrait just as big. It depicted solely the princess, commissioned for her 10th birthday exactly 2 years ago. At the wondrous foretaste of the night's festivities, the princess let loose an audible gasp of delight, turning the attentions of every servant on their future queen. "Merry birthday, princess!" The salutation rang out from every elated face, bouncing off the stones and filling the whole castle.
Thank you, everyone.
She chirped above the cheers and applause, quieting the masses.
You all have done so well. It looks perfect.
Each tired soul present brightened at the praise, for not only was tonight the holy night of Samhain, but also their princess's 12th birthday, and today her approval was as important, if not more so, than the king's. She paused just a moment longer to linger in the pre-revelry and ruminate on the sugar and spice-laden air wafting from the kitchens, before turning about face. The princess ran her way back up the staircase to the right of the one which led to her tower with ease, these stairs being not nearly as steep as those leading to her and her brother's room. She scaled the interior of the wall towards the king and queen's chamber, located near the top, so, even if sleeping, the monarchs would be privy to any invasions first. Such was the eagerness of the girl that her giddy haste carried her around the corner at the top of the stairs and straight into a chambermaid, splashing the liquid amber contents of the chamber pot in her hands, across her face and all down the front of her plain gray dress. The chambermaid was as fair as the lily, with bud-green eyes and hair of honeysuckle. The princess often admired the young maiden's exotic beauty. Well, normally, when there was not piss running from her golden locks and chiseled features screwed tight.
Ugh!
Was all that the poor woman could muster, to which the spotless princess replied profusely,
Oh, I am so sorry. Please forgive me. Here, put that down and you can dry off with my dressing gown.
The princess rambled, already shedding her outer layer to reveal the pink chiffon nightie beneath.
I shall almost certainly be receiving many more for my birthday.
She continued casually, but the chambermaid's expression melted into the insincere smirk of servitude, and then vanished, the same as the rest of her, wordlessly. Feeling ashamed, and therefore also mournful for the buzz she had just lost, the princess slipped her arms sullenly back into her robe sleeves and began dragging her feet towards her parents' room, hanging her head and nodding her sash. When she was getting close enough to the doorway on her left that the 2 guards posted outside of it saw her, they at once set about lifting into obviously tarnished spirits.
This joy we know annually,
came a harmonized baritone tenor rendition of the realm's traditional birthday carol to greet the princess.
and do celebrate heartily, gives cause to sing at this measure.
Their voices were ironically hushed so as not to wake their rulers, but still so comically overemphasized that the princess was absolutely aglow.
Until it fails to give pleasure.
What followed was a humorously overdone, highly syncopated canon of Merry Birthday, which brought the girl to fits of laughter. As per tradition and the song's instruction, the princess called for its end through tears of pleasure.
All right, enough.
She cried, giggling and throwing her arms around the tenor guard who had caused her to laugh the hardest, bobbing up and down with their dramatic rising and falling notes. The curly-haired, onyx-skinned tenor put on a face of mock surprise.
But Peas Blossom, their 41 verses live.
They said, squeezing the princess affectionately and using one of their pet names for her. The pink flowers that terraced her bedroom tower were some of her favorites, but she despised the vegetable it sprouted from. The guard held her out to give her a concerned look.
And you do seem a bit down, still. Maybe one of them would bring you pleasure,
the knight said, in the same rich, thick accent as the queen's, before warbling a drawn-out,
"Well..."
The princess broke out into another fit of giggles and wrapped her arms around the guard once more.
Thank you, Breeze.
She called over their shoulder to the red-haired, full-figured female baritone blushing behind them.
Thank you, Galahad,
she whispered into the guard's ear. Galahad was her favorite sentry in all of her kingdom's army, always treating the girl just like that, and not as a princess. Her first memory of the erudite knight was when she was a toddler, just starting to walk. The princess was being walked around the courtyard by the queen to watch her very first changing of the guard. As the new garrison marched into the hall and up the stairs, the queen's ladies-in-waiting came to alert her of some mishap, and the princess took off stomping. She had made it 5 whole toddler steps, lightning quick and thunder heavy, before pitching forward, face first against the ground. It was the last guard in the marching line, Galahad, who had stepped out of formation to swoop over and catch the back of the princess's frilly dress. It had been platonic love at first sight. The queen was so moved by the knight's empathy and devotion that she took the princess straight to the king to vouch for the knight's promotion. Galahad had thus been entrusted with guarding over the bedchamber of the king and queen from that day forward, and the knight and the princess got to play together each and every one of those days. A year after the princess was old enough to have her own room, when her tower had finally been completed, it was actually the king himself who insisted upon keeping Galahad as their protector. After all, the tower was safer than the wall, and as the king had hoped, Galahad's presence there ensured a visit from the princess every morning.
"No need to thank me yet, miss. Not for my singing, at least,"
Galahad replied, pulling from the princess's grasp at last. The paladin reached under their breastplate and proffered a paper packet of sun-bleached pulp with a variety of dried wildflowers of every color pressed into it. As intended, the princess loved it before she had even opened it.
"Now,"
Galahad said, pulling the present out of reach before the princess could snatch it up.
"are you certain you would not rather have the rest of the song? Because I would gladly."
A playful shove to Galahad's armored shoulder put a stop to their jesting, and made the package reappear. The princess ignored the rose-colored ribbon and ripped through the especially crafted paper eagerly. A confused silence fell upon the young girl when the top of the unwrapped gift fell and unfolded like a wooden accordion from her hand. She picked up the dangling end and lifted the mass of oddly shaped wood cuttings, each about 4 square centimeters small, closely bound side by side with string, until the princess could identify the gift, and did so with an amazed gasp. It was an art installation and a biography. Each coin-sized piece of light beech wood had been precisely etched with a white-hot needle so that it depicted 12 dancing princesses. The emblem on the very left showed a baby in a frivolously frilly ceremonial gown, bent heedlessly forward. Each successive panel held the next step in the dance, performed by a princess a little older than the last. Inside the carved outlines, each one had stained brown skin and burned black hair.
"Oh, Galahad!"
was all the princess could say as she gazed in awe at the present.
"Do you really like it all that much?"
the guard asked, the first tone of nervous sincerity in their voice being made known.
"It is only the most wonderful thing I've ever seen,"
she said in a wondrous earnest.
"Oh, and I can't wait to show it to everyone tonight."
"Then you are really going to love this next bit, Princess P,"
the knight said, taking the wooden chain from the princess and pinning it together around her neck. The birthday girl gently clutched the necklace with every tip of each finger on both hands, her mouth ajar.
"How do I look?"
the princess queried both guards.
"I thought you might ask,"
answered Galahad, bringing forth one of the fully decorated suits of armor's missing chest pieces, already polished to a glowing gloss. The princess admired the humble, though stunning addition to her reflection with a flawless smile. Suddenly the princess's face dropped into one of a practiced snobbery.
"What did you get me, Breeze?"
A tense beat followed. Then all 3 burst into laughter with an effort to keep their voices down. None of the knights, even the favored Galahad, was granted a salary substantial enough to afford the kind of gifts fit for friends, let alone royalty, hence the handcrafted rustic charm and simplicity of their present. Soldier has always been more of an honorific than an actual respected career.
Thank you so much, Galahad.
The girl said, stretching up onto her tiptoes to plant a peck on the mahogany cheek of the sentry.
"Oh,
They said, in Ursat's embarrassment behind a genuine blush.
you are very welcome. Now run along, you little gremlin. Your mom and dad would surely have been awakened by your racket, and I am certainly anxious to heap loads of better presents than mine on you. Off you go."
Galahad finished with a gentle nudge to the princess's back. With a skip and a giggle, the princess pushed open the heavy iron-gilded doors to her parents' chamber with a loud cry of,
Merry birthday!
Surprisingly, the king and queen had not been roused, so the princess ran across the threshold and leapt between the two blanketed mounds. The king gave a grunt and a chuckle, echoing the self-felicitations, while the princess pulled the covers from about their heads to find the beautiful, young, deceased queen. The Witch's Cottage. Fresh kill dangling in hand, the witch marched pacingly back around her knotted nest of a home. The placard on the gatepost began bleeding out its message, but she shut it up with a slap. With a curl of her fingers, the bark hatch rose up by itself, and the hunched woman shuffled beneath it, stopping only a moment to pick up a fallen branch outside her door. By now, the small enclosure was sweltering, just the way the witch liked it. She made it over to the spellbound stove, swung the branch square against its iron edge, and snapped it clean in twain. The witch picked up the fallen half of wood, used it as a lever to open the stove door, and threw the two pieces of it inside. With a wave, she shut it again and pulled a tiny lever on the flue, partially closing the chimney to keep that aromatic smoke inside. The woman unlooped a ceremonial silver knife from its cord about the oven's door handle, taking it by its wooden hilt. With a half-turn, the witch plopped the dead rooster onto the stone table, head hanging over the edge. With a quick hack, she separated his neck from his body, allowing what little blood came out to drip upon the dirt floor, then dropped her knife beside them. Bending slightly, to put all of her weight behind her, the woman pressed against the top edge of the large stone stand and whispered bitterly,
Rascalot's coming.
until it gave up and began to move. The table slid forward in the dirt, revealing a slightly smaller, inverse stone, hollowed out within. Inside this hidden coffer were all the incredibly specific things that the witch had accepted as payment for her services over all those years, very little of which she used, except in other spells. The witch always heard her clientele's pleas first, and named her price after. Often, unless the requests were so commonplace that the asker knew what to bring the witch, whoever sought her out would not have the price for her magic with them. Still, if they agreed to her wage, the woman would bestow her gifts upon them, with the promise of securing the payment before the following nightfall. Once procured, the villager who sought out her powers would return home, charged with giving the price agreed upon to the witch's familiar, who always combed the forest's edge at sunset, rendering the transaction complete. Only once did someone fail to pay the price on time, and their infamous fate ensured nobody ever did so again. She rummaged through stitched-together samplings of lace from bridal veils, a parcel of hair snippings from firstborn females — she could never get enough of that for all the magic that called for them — battle-damaged rings from a knight's chain link, an ampoule of ocean water, the shoes of a couple of dead war horses fallen in battle, raw ore, rare crystals, and a great multitude of other seeming knick-knackery. The only amount of formal currency there were 2 dusty-looking silver coins for which the witch had no need. The woman picked up a nearly spent marble of ordinary twine that a hunter had been fortunate enough to barter with, as his request was trifling and the witch had nearly run out. She unwound the last several inches of string and made a mental note to charge her next client a spool's worth. The woman brought a tiny glass vial out along with it and was placed on the altar behind her before the witch pulled the chest of stone closed. The witch picked up the decapitated head, tied a jumbled knot across the part in the rooster's beak, then stretched over her stove to hang it to dry. She gave it a flick and recited its label from the spellbook to herself.
cock's crow caught in his throat.
It was rather tedious, but, unless stated specifically, every element of a spell has to be gathered and prepared by hand. For now, however, that bit was past her. She turned her back and sat down on the chair, facing the rest of the fowl.
De l'on fec fame, he said.
Spat the woman, literally, into her left hand. The witch slapped the viscous gob into her right hand, smearing it evenly across them. Once rubbed in, she touched the tips of each finger on each hand to each other, down turning them to resemble two bird beaks themselves. The woman made 2 quick plucks at the chicken's carcass, pulling back 2 feathers with them and dropping them to the ground. The witch separated her fingers with a symmetrical flourish of both hands and placed them palms down in her lap, leaving the shadow of her raised hands still fallen over the carcass. Before her eyes, the shade began taking the rooster's feathers off, 2 at a time. The witch moved the rooster to the opposite chair, allowing her shadow to take over the work and leaving her arms to hang over the table, stretching her shoulders and back on the stone. She rose and fell with bended knees several times before lifting her arms up, placing her hands on her jaw and twisting her head to crack her neck. The witch spent a few minutes warming her body up until the feathers stopped floating up from the fowl. The bald bird was having its skin pinched and pulled by the dark, transparent fingers of abandoned magic. The witch concluded the spell with a grateful-sounding dissolution, snapping her shade back to her body like a magnet. She put her hand through the wrist cord on the knife, took the chicken up by the feet, and dragged him back over to the stove. She held the limp body aloft while her free hand stabbed and slit its belly. Dropping the knife, the witch snapped her fingers and inverted the animal's innards into her hand. The enchantress thumbed through the entrails briefly and found a favorable weather forecast for the next 48 hours, and luckily no unusual spotting or streaking, no missing organs or other omens of an urgent nature. In fact, the entrails were suspiciously devoid of foreboding, considering there wasn't even an inkling of the rooster's own death legible. With a practiced toss, the witch flung the chicken guts out the small opening for the stove's flue for her familiar to snack upon when he returned. The woman turned to the left to face a downturned, stoppered water bladder, also hanging from another branch. She twisted and pulled her bloodied fingers before her, and the wax-covered cork popped out, gently spilling forth a stream of water, which she quickly washed her hand under. Once cleaned, the witch let the stopper fall into her wet hand, plugged the bladder back up, and dried her hand on her cloak. Reaching around to the left of the tree trunk, hosting the stove, the woman replaced the knife and retrieved a minute cauldron from a mess of branches, drooping with other cooking and eating utensils. It was just round enough that the witch could lay the rooster inside circularly, talons overlapping collarbone. She reached for the branches of nested spice jars to the right of the altar over the stove, then cursed her aging memory as she had forgotten for a third time that her crock of salt was empty. The witch moved her outstretched hand down to the left, across the effigies of her 5 roommates carved above the altar, and dropped it into a carved bowl full of salt.
Begging your pardon,
she mumbled quietly, chucking a pinch of the mineral over her left shoulder. The apology was for the 5 dryads inhabiting the trees which sheltered her, as it was from their altar that the witch had borrowed the salt. The tree spirits, Dendrola, Hegemony, Chrysopelia, Syrinx, and Meboa, were all nocturnal, venturing out only at night when their physical forms could not nourish themselves. They had just nestled to sleep in the body of their trunks when the witch had awoken. Syrinx was the only one of the tree nymphs that might have made a fuss over the missing salt, but theirs was also the tree in which the altar had been carved, so they were always more possessive of whatever the witch laid there, regardless of whether it was intended as an offering or not. The witch had had more than one argument over the meaning of ownership with the nymphs, due to her occasionally careless placement. She sprinkled the handful of salt atop the headless, featherless chicken, then reached back to the assortments of little pots and jars, pulling a few choice selections. As she opened and closed, herbed and spiced, the witch hummed an ancient Samhain carol to herself. Its melody was simple and solemn, almost more like a chant, or the sonorous hum of wind down a valley. She did not need to sing the words, which she knew by heart and soul, to relay the message of the song. Nothing remains eternal, certainly neither life nor death. The woman, having returned her seasonings to whatever branch they fit on, began massaging them into her meal, then gave her hands another quick rinse. The witch cut off the burning stove instantaneously with a bump from her fleshy hip, opened the chimney once more, then swung the door open. She collected the ashes of the immolated branch from the completely cool oven interior into a fallen leaf of one of the rowan trees, placing it next to the cauldron on the stovetop. She tucked the pot with the chicken into the oven's empty maw, shutting the door and closing the flue once more, then reigniting it with a gentle pat of her hand. The witch stepped back to where her burlap mattress laid, and slowly tipped the ashen contents of the leaf into her left hand, whispering the words,
Solet fait flourish.
The gray dust fell in precisely the same spot, each speck directly on top of each other, bonding together and crystallizing into a tiny tower of diamond. When the ash was transfigured, the witch dropped the leaf and her hand, leaving the pendulous diamond floating in the air. With a prod of her hand, she directed it forward and to the right, then finally a little higher. Perfectly positioned, the witch removed her robe again, lying it back down over her head, then wrapping herself into it, pulling the golden-orange wool up under her chin so she could get a few more hours of sleep while her breakfast cooked. The Regent's Bedchamber.
Mommy, get up!
The princess cried and screamed, shaking her mother wildly.
Come on, Mommy, please!
The king was so dumbfounded by this discovery himself that his mouth just hung slack as he watched his daughter throttle his cold wife. The young queen looked precisely as she always did, lovely and dark as a portrait of twilight on the horizon, and just ecstatic. The wails of grief alerted the suspicions of the guards, who quickly rapped on the door, forbidden from entering unprompted. "My lord, are you all right?" boomed the voice of Breeze, but their ruler was too preoccupied to reply. "Come away, darling," the king whispered in disbelief. He had his arms wrapped around the princess and was fighting to wrest her from her death grip, but to no avail. When the manic princess's shirking jerks threw her silver-haired, even paler than usual father nearly off the bed, he at last answered the call with his own for help. "Thalahad, get—" The door burst open in an instant as the pair of knights-in-waiting flew into the room, Thalahad leading the charge. It was they who achieved cognizance of the scene first and fell to their armored knees, heartbroken. Breeze had to take up for the stunned Thalahad, running to her king's side, getting him back on his feet and using her much stronger frame to separate the princess from the queen, with much shouting and thrashing. As the knight tried desperately to calm the girl, the king went to Thalahad and gave them their own instruction. "Fetch back the chambermaid," he said solemnly to the disparaged-looking knight. "She was the only person to enter our room all night. Then send for the doctor."
Yes, my lord,
whispered Thalahad, but they failed to stand. After a few stalled seconds, the king thread his hands through the pits of the guards' armor and tugged them briskly, though gently, to their feet, with his own tears in his eyes. "And for God's sakes, keep this to yourself," the king stammered slightly at first in the knight's ear.
Yes, my lord.
They said, even more despondently than the first time.
"I'm so sorry, sweet pea."
Thalahad mumbled under their breath without looking at the princess. The knight lumbered side to side and staggered blankly out of the open chamber door.
Thalahad, stop! Please! Come back!
The girl, who had been hyperventilating into the large woman's forearm, managed to wrench her jaw free to loose a plea for her favorite person. The appeal went ignored, which caused the princess to break out into harder sobs. Now, with someone seeing to the issue at hand, the king attended to his daughter. He yanked Breeze's crossed arms apart, taking the princess into his own, as any resistance left her body and she crumbled under her father's clutch. "I am sorry, little one," he whispered in her ear, stroking her hair. "I miss her too." This only stiffened her cries, which echoed around her hollow-feeling chest with each stifled tremor.
Daddy, will we find who did this?
Wheezed out the princess from the sodden breast of the king's nightshirt. The king released a sullen sigh, precisely when a quick trio of raps sounded on the front of the still-open door protruding into the bedroom. The king wordlessly waved the fair-skinned maiden, piss-stained dress, and empty chamber pot held tightly in her arms before her across the threshold. Galahad was so closely tailing her they might have been pushing the young woman. As soon as she took in the meaning of the sights she saw, the chamber pot clanged to the floor, bouncing once and rolling into her feet.
"Here she is, my lord,"
the knight announced stodgily. At Galahad's voice, the princess writhed anew, turning about in her father's grip to glare up into the ajar mouth and wide eyes of his servant.
You!
Screamed the preteen girl at the woman not even a decade her senior.
What did you do to my mother?
The king held tightly to his angry child, but his eyes had stayed firmly downturned to the stone floor. The woman's maw closed slightly, opened again, then shut completely before her shaky voice squeaked out her response.
"I did only my job, your grace,"
she said, addressing the king more than her inquisitor.
"I always try not to disturb your highnesses,"
the maiden added timidly.
But you are the only one allowed into this room unannounced, and you could not see that your highness the queen was dead?
Spat the princess accusatorily. That's enough, the king pleaded in the girl's ear. His head was not hanging anymore, so much as resting entirely upon the princess's shoulder. Her father's aged, pale, sharp chin was jutting painfully into her muscle, but the grief congealed into denial within her veins, defending her, even if temporarily, from the truth. The golden-headed woman, not having heard the king's grief-stricken remark, continued her testimony.
"Each morning, Galahad opens the door for me as quietly as possible, and I tiptoe straight to the pot, as stealthily as I may. I would dare not invade their privacy by looking upon the sleeping king and queen."
As if in demonstration of her earnestness, the chambermaid's face fell and her eyes met a similar spot on the floor as the king's eyes.
"I am sorry."
Why are you all sorry?
Flared the princess's tremulous temper, finally losing Galahad's gaze as well to the floor.
Are you sorry that my mother's dead, or because none of you will tell me why?
A pang of guilt struck the stomachs of all three adults.
Was she cursed? Tell me!
The king could no longer take it, and turned the princess around to face him again. His face was sallow, with no hint of sleep in his deep-set, mint-green eyes, brimming with tears. "Darling," he began, caught off guard by the way that her features perfectly mirrored the harshness in her voice. "Your mother... Well, the truth is that she was very ill." An unexpected clamor occurred to the princess's back. The princess swiveled in unison with the raising of the king's eyes to see Galahad stooping to recover a gauntlet they had removed in anxiousness and dropped in surprise. If that were the truth, it would have shown on the knight's trustworthy face, and that was all the confirmation that the girl needed. She turned back to the king.
Stop lying to me!
The princess screamed in her father's face. "Bite your tongue, young lady," he quietly but firmly snapped back. "Your mother swore me to secrecy until she passed away. She did not want to cause you, or your brother, any premature grief. Not even Galahad knew." The princess twisted in the king's grip to shoot a discerning glance at the knight, who looked every bit as shocked by the news as the dropping of their gauntlet suggested. A query was unnecessary.
If you knew she was going to die...
The princess turned to ask of her father, the timbre of distraught rising back into her voice.
Then why call for the doctor?
A smirk of admiration for his daughter's critical mind crossed the king's lips before tugging downward into a frown. "Because the doctor was the one who diagnosed the queen, and only she can confirm that your mother's body just gave up on her. Darling, there is not always going to be an evildoer to punish. Not all of our pain can be dealt justice." The princess physically shirked off this ludicrous suggestion.
I don't care!
She replied in flaming anger to evaporate her tears.
Someone should have to pay for this.
"I'm afraid it just doesn't work that way."
And why not? My mother's been dying and no one told me. So whose fault is that?
"Oh, sweetie," answered the worn, gray man maladroitly. "I told you. Your mother made me, and the doctor, swear not to tell anyone. It was her decision." This was not the response the princess was wanting to hear. She spun on her heels to face Breeze, Galahad, the young woman, and the king.
This is not right!
She demanded, searching face by face, and met with a diverted gaze each time.
Fine.
She said resolutely.
I'll find the culprit myself.
With that, the princess bolted between the knight and the chambermaid and out the still-ajar entrance. "Come back!" her father called fruitlessly after his daughter. The witch's cottage. Nearly 2 hours had passed, and the sunlight peeked just enough through the pine branches to light up the magic gemstone. A shifting, polychromatic sparkle fell upon the sleeping witch's enclosed eyelids, and there dazzled until they eased gently open. The woman yawned and stretched like a cat, as tall and arched as her bones would allow. The aromas of boiling fat and crisply broiled chicken skin wafted into her open mouth and nostrils, as her mouth closed and her lips smacked loudly in subconscious anticipation. Swinging her feet to the floor, the witch propped herself up and began getting properly dressed for the rest of her day. She slipped her arms and head through a faded green muslin long shirt that was nearly perfectly camouflaged against the branches on which it was hung. It was heavily stitched, seamed, and patched with age, testifying to its position as her favorite shirt. It had been the first payment of a customer who, over these many years, had become quite regular indeed, now baiting all of her kinfolk to patron the witch for help with their many troubles. She reached behind the burlap mattress, bringing back up a pair of dark gray pants by the heavily pouched brown belt still looped in, out, and around them. Leaning against her stone table, taking it 2 legs at a time, she pulled up her pants, cinched up her belt, and shuffled her feet back into her clogs. The witch walked over to the stove, killed its spark with a whack, and took a tin mug down with her left hand. Her right hand fumbled around one of the mid-sized pockets on her utility sash and pulled out a rationing of coffee beans.
More fine than miss that dove in shroud herd. Grind this element into powder,
she sang, rubbing the beans together betwixt her fingers. The coffee dissipated into silky, fine grains, which settled on the bottom of the mug. Once the last of the grounds had been sprinkled, the witch's now free hand formed a new circular sigil with her twisting fingers. She placed this hand beneath the stoppered spout of the hanging water bladder, and the mug of coffee underneath that.
Kill nafsi ni nenyota,
the witch whispered sleepily, and the air around her contorted hand began to hiss. She lifted a finger from around the mug's handle and tapped it twice against the dirty tin, removing the cork from the bladder with a pop. The water poured through the hole in her touching fingers, bubbling and steaming instantly as it passed. She had to listen carefully to how full her cup became, because the spell would not work if she watched it. Such as with waves of the left hand, turns on certain syllables, or the language of an incantation, even the most minute aspects of the magical rite are finite. Within seconds, the witch held a full, steaming cup of dark, savory elixir. She brought it tremulously to the stovetop and unlit a small earthen coil pot in the unmistakable likeness of a beehive. Taking the minute wooden dipper from within, the witch dropped a sizable gob of honey into her coffee, stirring it 3 times clockwise and 3 times counter to appease nothing but her own superstitions, before replacing it in its pot. A steady puff between pursed lips brought the top of the scalding beverage down to simping temperature, the warmth of which trickled down the witch's throat. The mug gave a heavy clink as she set it down on her stone table. She eased about to face the stove, curving her wrinkled hands inward towards each other, which spun the iron handle and opened its door. With a flex of her left-hand fingers, the pot pulled itself out of the oven. The witch guided the cauldron to her table, picking her mug up out of the way, and let the roast chicken rest. She pulled a wooden plate and a large slotted spoon out of the tree cupboard, then scooped the bird up against the side of the kettle and onto the plate. The woman took the glass vial she had removed from her treasury off the altar, brought it to the table, and finally took her seat. Wrapping her hand in her flowing skirt, she picked the cauldron up by the handle, putting it on the dirt between her legs, and held it steady. As she took the spoon in her free hand and strained the tallow from the blood, Dropping hold of the pot's handle, the witch picked up the small bottle and scraped the separated fat into the phial with her finger. Once full, she leaned back and placed it on top of her stove, saying,
"The fat upon fat of a domestic fowl."
One more ingredient for the curse down. The witch rummaged through the largest of her belt's holsters and fished out 2/3 of a loaf of rye bread, just starting to stale. She broke off a large hunk, which she shredded into smaller pieces before tucking into her breakfast. The morning was bright now, and the forest noisy with reawakened life. Many families of all various bird species lived in the uppermost, outward-facing balconies of branches, and they all began their sweet songs of hunger. The tree nymphs only tolerated their presence on account of the bugs they ate being a greater nuisance by far. The witch mercilessly pecked the bird's flesh before her while listening to this beautiful major discord, with the tiny pieces of baked, dark grains protecting her fingers from the heat. Occasionally she would dunk a piece of the rye into her coffee before popping it into her mouth. She savored the hot, saturated bitterness melting on her tongue as she simultaneously appreciated the sights, sounds, and smells about her. It had been years since the last time the witch remembered consciously regarding the beauty she was surrounded by every day. Perhaps she only did so now because she had spent most of her life in anticipation of this day. While she finished her meal, the witch's mind wandered back throughout the years. Her recollection came to pause on the night she had first arrived at the ingrown cottage, when it had been she who had sought out the powers of the witch who had lived here before her. It had been a day as unextraordinary as every other, before the orders of a bloody tyrant had killed her entire family, including her 2 younger siblings, among hundreds others. The rage of revolt had been rising within her as she set out from the township where the witch used to live those 59 years ago. It took her hours by horse, but, past midnight, she eventually made it to the fence of bones surrounding the cottage of interwoven trees. It had been another witch, obviously, who had answered the oaken bark door. The elderly woman's face was covered with a black veil, obscuring the details of her visage, though not her features' pointed outline. It was an effective aesthetic that the young woman had admired, though in all the years hence, only occasionally channeled herself. It was certainly a look that read at once as witch, or at least medium, but did not suit our own witch's style. The previous witch invited her in, shared a pot of strange-flavored tea, and pressed the young woman on her problems. The past and future witches talked into the early hours, and our protagonist unburdened her heart more with each tear which fell and each curse she spat at the vindictive regent. After she had spoken her piece, the witch said, quite vexingly to the distressed youth,
"All this as should be."
The elder woman then agreed to grant her everything she needed to procure her magical vengeance, however in a most unexpected fashion. Whether from the enchantment or the tea, the young woman had been in the witch's hut one moment, and standing back outside the door that she had been invited through the next, listening to the enchanted sign shout out its message and watching her horse snooze soundlessly in the small ring of yard. Confused, she turned back towards the hut, only to find it wholly dark inside. The once candlelit hovel was dark as the blackbird's plume. The young woman knocked again, harder, but this time there was no answer. However, the bark door lifted of its own accord, allowing her to creep tentatively inside. The witch of our time, lost in the forest, now alone and confused, called out to thin air, "Hello?" A rustle in the upper branches unleashed a solitary sheet of paper that flitted to the ground. "Is somebody there?" This time, the tree immediately to the left of the young woman gave a brusque shake, and a second, much older slip of parchment fell to her feet. The house of trees was still again. Not even a wind fanned its needles and leaves. Too frightened to call out a third time, the young woman bent her knees as little as she could and scooped the curling yellowed scroll. Stepping out from behind the solid bark, the young woman held the paper out to catch the moonlight. It was an ancient deed to the tiny clearing, not certified by any regent, but in place of a governor's signature, was emblazoned a glowing silver crescent. In place of a proprietor's line, there was a long list of crossed-out names, stretching back a millennium. When her eyes reached the end of the list, The last and only unmarked name read Bamba Yanya, which was slowly struck through with a black streak as the young woman stared in disbelief. The scroll fell from her hands in surprise, rolling itself back up on the ground. The young woman rushed over to the barely visible square of freshly bleached parchment and brought it too into the light to read the note written in shaky lettering. If vengeance is the price ye seek, thou now inherits all thou'st needs. Learn the rites, the ways, the speak. Unleash thine will to do thy deeds. The baffled young woman turned the paper over in her hands, finding nothing else. That was the former witch's sole explanation. 1 quatrain? She slumped to her rump on what she assumed was now her bed. Now what am I supposed to do? She sighed anxiously, falling to her side, tucking her knees into her chest, and pulling herself into the smallest knot she could force herself to become. Though she had yet to develop the skill to communicate with the dryads, one of the wood spirits spent the rest of the night lulling the bereaved young woman to ease. To her ears, their voices were the wind in the lightly swaying branches, rocking her eventually to sleep. It was during this first night spent in the witch's ageless cottage that the young woman who would be witch received her first prophetic dream. While true that augury is an acquired and practiced skill, it is also the case that some have a predilection for it. Receiving glimpses of the future can be an involuntary magic that can come to anyone at any time in their life. Naturally, the less magically inclined a person is, the more palatable a temporary spell of clairvoyance is in the form of a dream, where it can always be explained away or ignored. Now, a seasoned magic practitioner can become better at interpreting the meaning of ominous dreams, as depending on the importance and meaning of the vision, though some can be downright absurd. While, by definition, all dreams are due some degree of interpretation, this young woman's dream seemed quite straightforward. She was floating overhead of a scene similar to her first and only encounter with the former witch, Bamba Yanya, only she did not recognize the young child sitting across from the veiled woman. It was only through the omniscience of dreams that made her aware that she, our sleeping young witch, was the aged one in the bleak clothes under the black veil. The intention of the dialogue was crystal clear, though the premonition was clearly edited to include only the highlights. The gleams of story this girl told was heart-wrenching to the young woman, who felt guilty now about eavesdropping on a conversation that she would take part in the future, and was clearly intended for her ears now. The young woman wished desperately to help the girl achieve the revenge she similarly craved, but she had no idea where to begin, until her future self gave her the clue she needed.
The magic to do what you ask is one of the darkest alignments. A curse to take the life of a murderer and give it back to one who has been murdered.
That was the last detail of the oraculous dream that the slumbering young woman had had a chance to commit to memory before she awoke at almost noon in a cold sweat. In the blazing brightness of the day, the young woman took notice of the stacks and stacks of manuscripts magically suspended in the deciduous branches where they had hidden out all the candlelights reached the night before. Without waiting to dry the sweat from her forehead, our once and future witch picked up one of the smaller stone sitting places, tossing it onto the large, squishy bed on which she had slept. She took a shaky step up onto the stone, standing just tall enough to grab one of the lowest volumes, before tumbling atop the stuffed burlap. There, stretched out on her bed, legs still flung over the boulder, the witch began studying Book 1 of the Occulta Philosophia. She read just that one book, all afternoon long, not because it was too difficult, but because almost every other line was hand-annotated in the margins, posting corrections, amendments, or inconsistencies to the work. The fledgling witch stopped reading only to make a pot of tea around supper time, which took a while to chop firewood for a stove that burst into flames as soon as she made to open the door. Her family horse was renamed Familiar, and for decades all the witch did was read and practice her craft in peace, in expectance of the day when a young girl would come to her for the curse. Back in the present, the witch sucked the dark crumbs, sticky with juices, from her fingertips. She plucked a handkerchief from her belt, set it square on the stone table, and wrapped the remaining chicken breast inside of it. Pocketing the last of the rye bread, the witch swallowed the last mouthful of her coffee. A caw from outside drew her attention to the parted branches out round her stove's flue. A raven, with feathers so brilliant it made the creature appear to be made of black-blue glass, had alighted upon the chicken entrails that the witch had left for him.
"About time you come around, familiar,"
she called to the bird. He ignored her as he began to feast.
"If you're not too terribly busy today, I could use a lift to Swan's Lake."
The bird gave an indignant sort of hop and flap of its wings, then kept right on eating.
"Well, of course you have a choice, same as I have a choice to let you find your own food."
"Caw, caw," at last came the resentful agreement.
"That's a good lad."
The crow's old friend chuckled.
"At your leisure, then,"
the witch concluded, as she set about preparing for her day's journey. The palace. The sobs and whimpers of a 12-year-old, heartbroken on their birthday, shuddered pitifully down the staircase of the western tower. Everyone in and around the spire could hear the princess clearly and loved her well enough to identify her voice, and recognized at once where the crying was coming from. Not that they would attempt to ease the child's suffering, if that was how their princess was set upon behaving. Like so many of us, the occupants of the castle, when confronted with another's anguish, simply ignored it, or blamed the outburst on their sensitivity or immaturity. Now, had they known the circumstances causing the princess's anguish, they no doubt would have rushed to her side to help comfort her, but the fact remains that the king ordered it a secret, and none among them bothered to find out. Unwise as it was in those times to plan too far ahead when it came to pregnancy, upon confirmation from the doctor that the queen was indeed with their first child, the king could not contain his excitement and immediately ordered the construction of his son's,
or girl,
as the queen playfully reminded him, tower. After all, there was more than just one tower to take into consideration, and it took the architect a week to come up with the best plan for reallocating the resources, stables, armory, slaughterhouse, behind the wall to allow for the tall corner addition. The plan for doing so was executed in another 7 months, and by the time the princess was born, they had only just begun to lay the foundation. Thus, in their royally hastened carelessness, one overworked bricklayer laid the edge for a window pane on the inside of the tower stairwell, which an equally rushed decorator cleverly hid with a well-draped tapestry. This secret space, near the top of the stairs of the elder turret, was the princess's favorite spot to come and think when she did not want to be found, though she tended to make less noise than at current. Then again, she had only wanted to be gone from all the pitiful stairs, not to necessarily be left alone. Her legs were tucked tightly against her chest with her eyes resting on her knees, into which she cried and cried. Where she used to be able to disappear entirely behind the coarse embroidery, her toes now stuck out noticeably into the stairwell. It didn't make her feel any better that she was outgrowing the comfort of her private perch. As soon as she thought the sobs had dried, a fresh heaving of breath turned into hyperventilation, which squeezed fresh moisture from her swollen, flushed eyes and lips.
"Mother would have told me she was sick.
She kept insisting to herself.
Mother never lied to me, not once."
The princess recalled a time when she was little more than a toddler, maybe 5 years old, and the queen was pregnant with her brother. It wasn't particularly late, but past her bedtime, and the princess had awoken from a bad dream. She asked to be brought to her parents' room, and descended the stairs of the western tower, slowly clutching the firm grip of the guard who watched over her. They hadn't even made it all the way to the closed door when the queen stormed out of the royal bedchamber, slamming the heavy door behind her. The princess was startled to see her mother in this state, and at once forgot all about her own nightmare. Her cries stopped the queen from continuing down the corridor.
"Mommy,
The princess queried, tearfully.
why were you running from Daddy?"
Mommy and Daddy were fighting.
She said softly and plainly.
People who love each other are allowed to fight, but that does not mean that they are allowed to hurt each other.
"Did Daddy hurt you, Mommy?"
The princess remembered asking. Then, though she did not realize at the time, looking back on it, the princess remembered that, for all her honesty, the queen had lied to her. At least once.
"Merry birthday,"
cheered the little prince, bringing the princess back to herself. The younger sibling poked his head up from under the heaps of dyed linen around his shoulders, arranged to show the scene of a tremendous battle starring a dragon.
"What's the matter?"
The little princess was 3 months away from turning 8 years old, but looked just like a shrunken version of their mother. Their greatest difference came from the little princess's eyes, the color of unripe juniper berries matching their father's. The siblings were equally lovely. The little princess had just awoken for breakfast, and was barely out of sight of his bedroom door when he caught his first notes from the princess's lament, and was drawn immediately to the hiding spot he well knew that his sister favored. The sudden appearance of the shining hazelnut face and dazzling pale green eyes of her brother caught the princess's sobs tight in her swollen throat. Combined with a genuine desire to keep this dreaded news from her brother, the princess could only stammer. She sputtered, trying to breathe and speak at the same time, only gasping for air and spitting out syllables with the force of her exhales. The little princess's smile dampened ever so slightly as she made an attempt to make his sister laugh.
Was it really so bad you needed to wake me up with your temper tantrum?
The little boy asked, with a deadpan tone coming from his playfully grinning face. Through the princess's tear-hazed eyes, the humor on the little princess's face could not be seen. The two royals had always gotten along, most often as siblings do. Just most of the time. However, the princess was just older enough than the little princess that she had always been responsible and capable enough to take care of him. Similarly, she was old enough to remember well what her life was like before as the only child. Her parents suddenly expected her to understand and accept that she would have to make exceptions for her little brother, and to be mature enough to do so without a fuss, as the princess was not too old to be punished. They likened it to an early practice for her future role of regent. The princess cleared her throat of tears and mucus with a hard, painful swallow, and what came up was almost 4 years of repressed negativity for her loved one.
You would not even be here to be awoken if I had not surrendered my chamber in the western tower for you.
The princess thundered. Far off, the sound of some clanging metal on stone indicated at least one startled servant.
This was my secret spot long before
The princess choked on the word mother, but the anger of her grief simply switched tracks of her train of thought.
Before you had been born, I would still be sleeping in this tower if you had not been too much of a baby to sleep in the tower overlooking the sea.
The princess was still roosted on the ledge, hands gripping her knees so tightly her knuckles were turning gray, hunched dangerously forward in the likeness of a gargoyle. The little princess was absolutely unprepared for this onslaught of embittered and issue-avoiding honesty. His feet had not budged, but his head had retreated entirely into his shoulders, the bright tapestry falling around his face like an all-encompassing shawl.
Just because it's your birthday,
Whimpered the little princess.
does that mean you can be mean to me, you spoiled brat?
The princess saw red. She let her overhanging feet fall to the floor with a loud slap, startling the little prince, who fell backward onto his hands, leaving the curtain to drape over the princess's face. A quick jerk of her arm brought the princess in front of the tapestry, a brilliant backdrop with spotlighting from the rising sun, making her light brown eyes appear like ovals of unnatural blonde fire. The sea winds through the same lit windows stirred her wavy hair ominously, all these elements aligning to accent her fury.
Spoiled? I can only barely remember a time before everything and all of our lives was about you.
Her tears were coming again, but the princess's voice was steady as she continued lashing out with her tongue.
Even today, on my birthday, you are trying to make my feelings about you.
The guard posted outside the little prince's bedchamber, who was well within earshot of this outburst, dared not interrupt such an obviously private conversation. Not when they were so close, in case anything should escalate unhappily. The little prince's lips were quaking, though the sun in her eyes meant the princess could not see him. If the younger child had been trying to say something, the elder could not hear him.
My reason for being here, crying in your tower, is
The princess said, losing some volume, but not passion.
because our queen, our mother is dead.
The guard, who was now straining to hear, gave a silent, bewildered stare, trying to confirm what they each swore they just heard. Like the thunder after the lightning, the princess's fiery facade slowly faded as the sobs followed her leaking eyes. The little prince's face stretched into an elongated visage of disbelieving terror. Only his little jawbone moved on his static face, quivering, not even enough to chatter his teeth together, so agape was his mouth. Then, all of a sudden, tears of freshly compacted layers upon layers of pain washed over the little princess. The younger child stood up with a panicked shove off the ground, nearly pitching forward down the stairs in his unsteady rise. In her genuine concern for her brother, the princess instantly snapped out of her self-centered pain. She reached out a steadying hand, only to be met with a sniveling yip and a disregarding swipe from the small boy.
I did not want to tell you.
She managed to say the only thing close to her true feelings that she could form into a semi-positive remark. The princess truly hadn't sought to share her anguish with her brother. Here she was, spreading the same torment she had sought to escape from herself.
Mommy, no.
The little prince turned away from his sister, unsuccessfully attempting to keep his sobs caught in his throat, and half stumbled, half ran down the winding staircase, leaning heavily on the inside wall. The guard was drawn around the corner, staring down the young girl. The elder child just stood there in the morning light, temporarily paralyzed by her synchronously opposing emotions, as more tears sprang forth anew. The princess's brother was going to find out eventually, but that didn't excuse the way she had used the information to hurt him. Then again, the little princess was intentionally irritating, or so it seemed at times. Still, his behavior did not justify the actions of cruelty against him. The little prince's stifled cries were already fading away, leaving only a weighty silence. No more than 10 seconds after the little prince fled in distress, our princess took after him, intent on comforting him and sharing the burden of their grief together. She took the stairs 2 at a time, her right hand placed firmly against the same inner wall for support, as she was anxious to catch up with her brother before he made it to their parents' bedchamber.
Wait, please! I'm sorry!
She called down the winding tower stairs. The little princess's echoing, panicked sobs were cut short, then turned into a horrified scream, then silence. By the time the princess had reached the bottom of the stairs, a crying and screeching huddle of servants stood in a tight circle near the base of the western tower, all staring down upon the space between them. When the person furthest from the princess, who was turned facing the tower, looked up and saw her, his eyebrows stretched for the ceiling while his jaw shot for the floor. He immediately began nudging his adjacent co-workers and whispering just softly enough that the princess could not make out its meaning, though it was inferred through the way they all turned to look at her. The serving boy closest to the princess was just a year or 2 younger than the little princess, though she hardly could recall when exactly it was the child had come to work for them. He quickly sidestepped the ring of onlookers, now turning to stare at the princess in shock, and attempted to stop her before she approached them. "Please, your majesty." But he was unsuccessful, as she forced him to one side with a wave of her arm and proceeded to investigate this scene of concealed disruption.
Oh, dear gods! No!
The princess cried out with invigorated agony as she fell to her knees. The little princess laid perfectly still and silent, bruised and bloodied in several places. The largest and fastest growing puddle of blood, seemingly emanating from his bright, pale eyes, made a halo around his head, staining the white marble red. The witch's cottage. Having fully dressed, finished her breakfast, set the rye bread on the stove, packed the leftover chicken in a napkin, and tucked it away into the largest compartment on her leather belt, the witch prepared herself for the task of the day's journey. Bundling up her shoulder-length hair took but a few careful flicks of the wrist, and yet proved pointless upon remembering she had just used her last bit of string. Glancing to and fro, with her hands stuck to the back of her head, she at last spotted a rat tail, like most things in her home, strewn upon a branch. It had been intended for a healing charm she had been commissioned to craft. The witch chuckled to herself as she made another mental reminder not to lose this one on her way about today. The blacksmith would not need another dosage before the waning crescent, but she'd be understandably cross if the witch let her die of black lung for want of rat's tail. Now, with her white hair tied back, The witch's gaze turned upwards to the canopy of compendiums from which she gleaned the power of her knowledge. There was not a subject in all the known world in which this library in the leaves did not possess at least one volume. Tomes on anatomy, herbology, history, zoology, mythology, botany, astrology, theology, alchemy, and of course magicology, among all others, found a place side by side. Some were obviously more enjoyed, but none of them were more lauded nor demonized than any of the others, the way the best of libraries should be kept. It was, by design, without the use of magic, impossible to reach or remove any of these books without dishelving most of them and alerting the dryads to the reader's presence. Consequently, for the first few years the witch lived in the treehouse, the floor was perpetually littered with texts. Nowadays she was adept enough to remove the sin from a soul, so the selection of reading material was a long outgrown challenge. She leaned forward onto the toes of her clogs, clicked the heels together, and instructed them, in Te Reo Maori, to lift her up by the feet before she rose shakily into the air. The witch was a full foot above her stone table when she found the book she was looking for, nestled between a musty gray tome with Grimorium Verumi written on the spine, and a long, thin hutch containing rice paper scrolls embossed with the Chinese characters Cantong Chi in gold. She curled her crooked finger inward, and the rust-colored compendium, labeled Samhain Sacraments, slipped out of its place beside the other two manuscripts and fell neatly into her waiting palms. With a click of her wooden heels, the witch began her unsteady descent, already turning the book over in her hands. Before she reached the floor, the back cover was already cracked, and the last page turned to reveal the last ritual in the great book.
May thy spirit forgive mine actions,
the witch said under her breath in hesitant reverence. With a sigh which bespoke of true bereavement in her heart, the witch ripped the page out of the book. The apology was for the soul of the dryad whose tree had been stripped to make the paper. Living or dead, a fraction of a tree's spirit is forever present in every part of its physical being, only truly destroyed by burning or utter dissolution. In this way, books are very much spiritual things, as some of us know quite well, and it was in defense of these nearly 1,000 bound souls that the living dryads of their inhabitants protected them so ferociously. As soon as the painful rip was heard through the arching hut, 5 translucent faces poked out of the bark in the trunk surrounding our witch. Each dryad looked freshly awoken, but 2 were more notably irritable than the others, as per their habits and personalities. Meboya, who either favored the witch the most or cared for her the least, disappeared immediately, returning to sleep. Chrysopelia and Dendrilla were siblings, sired from the same Rowan who inhabited the trees framing the door, and were not about to miss any second of fisticuffs between the witch and spirits. The 2 foul-faced nymphs were the Afer singled-out Syrinx of the Middle Fir, containing the witch's altar, and her neighbor in the adjacent tree, holding the majority of the books, Hegemony. Possessive and vain, Syrinx almost never left her tree at night, until the witch was sound asleep. She was always the first to return before the witch awoke, and would often remain awake until the witch left them in peace. Consequently, Syrinx was quite defensive of her sleep just as well as the books she guarded out of virtue alone, and the witch was not surprised in the least to see her stern face. Hegemony was the only one rightfully offended, as it was from her branches, under her watch, that the book in question came to harm. It was clearly her jurisdiction to bestow punishment, if it had been anyone she was facing besides this witch. Instead, she appeared clearly prepared, and indeed anticipating of this altercation.
What are you looking at?
The witch broke the silence with a masterful tone of aggravated nonchalance, aimed specifically at the sour Syrinx.
I made my apology, and besides, I always bound the pages back into the books.
That was dissatisfaction for Syrinx enough, as her sprightly face disappeared back into her tree. Hegemony's face did soften, but was not wholly appeased, as her hair, neck, and body alighted from their physical form into her full-figured spectral beauty to float before the witch.
Oh, but you do keep forgetting to warn us before you do it,
the dryad said sorrowfully.
Least to forget the empathy with which we trees feel for one another is incomprehensible to you humans.
Speak for yourself, mumbled the disembodied voice of Syrinx. The witch just shook her head sullenly.
I am sorry, dear,
she finally replied.
My memory has only gotten so much worse that if I do not write it down or use a spell regularly, I am unlikely to remember it all. It is the only reason I tear the pages out now in the first place. Also, I have told you that humans are capable of empathy, though the mistake is easy enough to make.
The spirit, with hair the same transparent jade color as the rest of her form, looked disbelievingly at the old woman.
You remember a silly dream you had centuries ago, but you cannot be bothered to remember to give a quick, friendly warning before you torture our kin right in front of us? So much for your human empathy.
Hegemony retorted, more haughtily than was her usual temper.
Do you even remember why the spirits of trees began to take the forms of humans anyway?
The witch gave an emphatic sigh. She could overlook the dryad's insult over her age, but the question was intentionally condescending. One could not even be a half-observant human, study the natural world in all its magical forms, and live with 5 dryads without knowing how forest nymphs came to be, no matter how bad her memory had gotten.
For it was the only way that humans would listen to and respect you, trees.
Yes, and does that sound very empathetic to you?
Hegemony said, conflating a message of utmost personal importance.
They only do so because they wish they could bet us. You think they would show even the semblance of respect to me if they knew my body gave pollen?
Or to me, just because my branches bear flowers?
Dendrila, the sole male dryad in the hut, piped up to the witch's left.
It is empathic towards other humans.
The witch said, thoughtfully, unintentionally provoking the tree spirits. Hegemony looked appalled at the statement.
I know empathy to one species is no empathy at all, but you must be lenient on them. They lead such short lives that they are barely more than children when they die. I, who am not yet a century old, as you so claim, nor am I even close in approaching the age of this home you gracious spirits have made me in my predecessors, I still am considered ancient among mortals. How long did it take me to learn respect for all life in all its forms?
Hegemony couldn't answer for, as the witch knew, spirits had no head for such human conceits as time. The witch added,
Perhaps it is only through recognizing their own humanity in others that some can be taught empathy for more than humankind.
The dryad, squinting defeatedly, instead returned to the former subject.
Well, in whatever case, make sure you replace the page as soon as you can. For if you intend to actually cast that enchantment written upon it, I doubt you will have a chance to do so after.
This began a chitter of whisper between Dendrila and Chrysopolia, and some snickering in Syrinx's voice. The witch was surprised at this. The nymphs rarely belittled themselves to more than the occasional passing query about her magical workings, so she never shared with them. Hegemony must have been up at night conversing with the dryad's soul bound between the covers of Samhain's sacraments and discovered the contents of the witch's most frequented page.
I have not decided whether or not I will be performing the curse,
she replied, unsurely to the 3 watching trees.
The only reason I remember the dream is because I cannot forget it. I have replayed it in my head at least a dozen times every day since I came to live here. Now, at least, I awoke with the feeling in my soul. Today is the day. In one way or another, I will not have to carry this cursed premonition with me any longer.
The small cabin grew morosely quiet, and the witch finally looked down at the yellowed parchment in her hand.
Oh, damn!
cried the witch, quickly rereading the instructions.
I forgot that I needed the rest of that bread, and I already behind schedule.
She opened the satchel again and snatched up the third of a loaf of rye from off the stove and decided that she would just have to make do. She shoved it down on top of the soggily wrapped rooster.
Familia!
She called to the horse that had appeared from out of nowhere just outside her front door.
We are no longer at your leisure.
The strong, coal-black steed, washing the meal of entrails the witch had provided for him as a crow with a helping of still dewy grass, looked up at the witch's hut and snorted and stamped contemptuously, as if to say,
"It was never my leisure, dearie."
At the end of her bed, leaning against the tree branches, the witch picked her lopsided hat off her walking stick. She removed the long, plain embroidery pin kept in its brim, placed the hat atop of her head, and stuck the pin securely through her nest of a bun and out the other side of the enchanted black cloth. She whisked the faded red wool about her shoulders and hauled the shells tight about her. Finally, the witch folded the torn page neatly into eighths before tucking it under the fold of her wrinkled stomach beneath her breeches, where only the most obstinate rogue might search her. She had no fear of attacker, as she was more than capable of defending herself. However, only a fool neglects to prepare for the unexpected. The witch at last made for the door, slightly taken aback to see that Chrysopelia and her brother Dendrilla were still watching her.
Well,
the witch put forth impatiently. Chrysopelia shyly turned her head downwards as Dendrilla answered her.
Don't let Hegemony's taunting about empathy goad you into doing anything foolish.
The dryad pleaded.
You are a stern but fair human. You do not owe anyone your life, certainly not to prove your empathy.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Den. But proving myself in any capacity is the least of my concerns.
The witch chuckled, pushing the bark door up over herself with the hand clutching her staff. She gave a shrill whistle to the pitch-black horse, who lifted his head and followed her outside the circle of human pickets. The witch pushed the gate open with her free left hand, walked through and stuck the walking stick upright into the ground with a swift stab, without removing her hand from the now closed gate. The witch turned 3 times counterclockwise under her arm so as to never let go of the gate. A mighty groan accompanied each rotation and concluded with a grunted,
This is why I never leave the house anymore.
A snort of concurrence came from her steed. She lifted her right hand to her hat and shoved her thumb into the point of her hat pin. The blood just didn't flow like it used to. Sticking the stubborn old thumb between the index and middle fingers of the same hand, the witch shook the digit wildly as she passed it 3 times clockwise over her hand perched on the gate, certain to squeeze at least one drop out on either side of the unfenced enclosure.
By the pricking of my thumb, may nothing wicked this way come.
The witch sang more than said. On the last syllable, she simultaneously froze her passing hand and lifted her resting one, so they were now aloft before her, identically contorted. The sacrificed drops of blood, 3 in all, glowed the soft, faint tan color of white park pine on the forest floor, among the veined, shedded sheets of amber, roan, rust, and gold. The misty white magic grew and thinned, spreading between the bone posts and over the tall top of the roof formed from knotted firs. When the witch's abode was fully sheltered by the brilliant ivory bubble, it faded out of sight entirely. With a nod of satisfaction, she at last lowered her left hand, lifting her right to her face and tucking her thumb into her mouth. She couldn't get the damn thing to bleed when she needed it, but once she did, she couldn't get it to stop. Licking the last of it away, the witch pinched the pinprick and held it next to her ear as her left hand snaked into the largest pocket of her belt and produced a tiny crumb of the rye loaf she had had for breakfast. She struggled to remember the incantation before dropping it on the ground and whispering,
Nakin forbot, besralatat.
The brown scrap transformed into a hard, calcified marrow, and she nudged it with her wooden clog up against the femur holding her gate and sign. That would keep any creature small enough to find the crumb from ingesting it, while the witch was completing her circle.
Now,
She said plainly, turning to the black stallion.
let's be on our way.
The horse was all too willing to concede and bent his hind legs to allow the witch easier mounting. She slid her leg up over the saddleless steer, yanking her walking stick out of the ground as he lifted her up and proceeded to trot along, pausing every 40 meters or so to allow the witch to drop in disguise another breadcrumb. The Great Hall.
A long time ago, in a village to the south of my own, there lived a girl called Sifesile, for her mother recognized her daughter at once for the gift that she was. So, the village and Mama raised Sifesile right. She grew to be a brave, wise, and compassionate woman. Whenever she solved a problem which no one else could, Sifesile would approach her mama proudly and declare that she had achieved greatness. And every time Mama would reply, "You are indeed the most favored child in all the village. Should you never lift another finger, I shall be proud of you the rest of your life." This filled Sifesile's heart with pride and inspired her daily to achieve even further greatness. One day, after the rain had cleared, the sun broke through the clouds, yet the rainbow was nowhere to be found. The elders began to bemoan the loss of the rainbow and the tragic omen it surely meant. Now, Sifesile alone decided that if the rainbow was missing, then she would be the one to find it. She began walking to the edge of the last farmer's field where the rain had begun. The woman slowly traveled around the outline of the rainfall, moving inward, searching land and sky for any sign of a fallen rainbow. After she had walked all day, she finally stopped to rest under the shadow of a baobab.
What is a bauble?
Asked the little princess, who was 5 at this time. She and the princess were cuddled up for their evening story. It was just the queen delivering it tonight, which suited the siblings just fine. Nights without the king meant they got to hear stories from the queen's homeland. Some nights, Galahad would tell the tale.
"Baobab, sweetheart."
The queen answered, sighing reminiscently.
"There are trees as big as your tower, and there, coiled at the base of its trunk, was a long, slender python with scales every color of the rainbow." "Are you the rainbow?" the woman asked the snake. "I used to be," he replied sadly. "I was supposed to stay in the sky, but I was just tired of watching the world from up high, and I wanted to see all the good my rains were doing. Sadly, almost as soon as I landed, my magic cloud blew away without me. And alas, if I do not return, then I can never bring the rain again." Sifesile knew, now that she had found the rainbow, she had to help the creature back into the sky. Sifesile tried everything she could think to do. She had the python wrap around her and carried him up the trunk of the baobab, hoping she could hoist him high enough for him to slither back into the sky, but it did not work. She fashioned a ladder twice as tall as any tree and had the python climb it while she steadied it, but it would not reach the sky. Sifesile tied the python tightly into a bag and spread berries around it in hopes the birds might take off with it, but they only ate around it. Then she built a humongous bow and arrow, long enough for the rainbow to wrap itself around the shaft, and tried shooting him back into the heavens. Alas, as close as he got, the rainbow couldn't get back into the sky. There was only one option left. Sifesile packed up her longbow and arrows, said goodbye to her mother. Then she and the python left for the only point where clouds regularly gathered, the great mountain on the horizon. It took several days for the woman to reach the base of the tremendous mountain, but what she found there almost ended her journey. There was another village, 5 times the size of her own. Before she had even entered, she was stopped by a host of warriors, demanding to know what this young woman, traveling alone with a huge weapon and a rainbow python, could want. "My name is Sifesile, and I am here to climb the great mountain and return the rainbow to the sky." The soldiers simply laughed in this foolish girl's face, but they let her pass. So Sifesile began to scale the mountain, stopping as little as she could make herself. Meanwhile, word spread like wildfire throughout the village of the mysterious outsider who was climbing their mountain, claiming to carry the rainbow. When the story reached the ears of the chieftain, he was furious that they let the woman go without first letting him interrogate her. At once, a party was formed led by the chieftain, whose orders were to follow Sifesile up the mountain and bring her and the rainbow back. Sifesile had a half a day's head start on the chieftain guard, but they were raised near the mountain and had been trained on its steep face. She did not see them coming until they had nearly caught up with her. At this, she doubled her pace, racing to the top of the mountain. When at last she had reached the summit, Sifesile took down her bow, said goodbye to her friend, and offered the arrow. "But what will happen to you once those men find you? I cannot leave you here alone." Sifesile smiled at the snake. "I will think of something. It is far more important to get you back to your home." The rainbow affectionately nuzzled the woman's hand before wrapping himself around the long arrow. Sifesile pointed her weapon at the nearest cloud, said a small blessing, then let the arrow fly. She watched it sail into the sky and strike the cloud, disappearing into its cottony folds. Bursting out the other side arched the most brilliant rainbow Sifesile had ever seen. She smiled and waved at her newfound friend as he arched indefinitely onward. The woman began to descend the opposite slope to escape her pursuers, when she saw that upon nearing the top, they had spread out around her. "You are too late," Sifesile called down to them. "Do you see? I have already returned the rainbow to the sky. Any witch who knows how to put the rainbow in the sky must surely know how to bring it back down," the chieftain answered. "Give us the rainbow and we will let you live." "You are mistaken. I am no witch." But as she was about to negotiate for her life, Sifesile caught a shimmer of scales among the colored bowls in the sky. She knew that the rainbow was listening, and so Sifesile just laughed instead. What she said next was directed at the chieftain, but her words were projected right into the sky. "You dare threaten me, a powerful witch?" she yelled. "Why, if you do not turn around and return home, I shall wash you off the face of this mountain." No sooner had she said this, the nearest cloud began to darken, expand, and a patter of rain began to fall. The warriors stopped in their tracks, but the chieftain ordered them on. The closer they neared, the heavier the rain fell. It was pelting the men and the mountain alike. The earth and the rocks beneath their feet grew slick, then sodden, and finally came crumbling out from under them. The men and women began sliding down the mountain, staying upright at first, before slipping into each other and losing their footing. The chieftain and his warriors were swept up in a mudslide and were careened back down the mountain, until only Sifesile stood triumphant on the peak. She began her thanks to the rainbow, which signaled the end of the rain, and she made her way off the mountain and back home to her village. Whenever there was a drought, Sifesile had only to speak a word to the sky, and the rainbow would appear, bringing the rain with him so he could see his friend. There she lived many happy years in prosperity and infamy, as the witch who converses with the rainbow.
The princess's unintelligible wails flew throughout the hall, filling the kitchens and the dining hall on the left, as well as the stateroom on the right. The regent's tower, servants' quarters, and what few nobles' suites adjoined were not absent with the almighty fits of sorrow either. "Humblest condolences, miss," said the pale, auburn-headed lad that the princess had brushed aside to see her brother. "There was nothing to be done." Somehow this was of no comfort to our princess.
"What do you mean? What happened to my brother?"
she gasped between heaving sobs. The servants all kept their eyes on their feet, save the same serving boy. Though the wavy-haired lad was not any older than 7, he spoke with an unbecoming maturity for his station. "I was just sent to bring a message to his guards when the prince leapt down the stairs 2 at a time past me," he said. "He had just rounded the corner when I saw him trip over the stone, then heard him crying and tumbling." The boy's green eyes unlocked themselves from his ruddy shoes and looked at the tiny, dark corpse in the princess's arms. "I followed after him, but by the time I had reached the end of the staircase, so had he." No sooner had he trailed off than the king, with Galahad close on his heels, descended the middle staircase into the foyer. He had given his daughter the time he thought she had needed to recuperate from the tragic news of her mother, when this horrified shrieking had roused him from his own grief-stricken bedchamber. The king had mentally fortified himself against the possibility that the princess would make a scene, but when he entered the great hall, saw the severe look on the face of the boy, then cut to the princess, wringing the body of his youngest child, his only son, He was caught completely off guard. He froze in his place, and Thalahad ran square into him, nearly toppling both Regent and his subject to the floor in a heap. Startled back into action by the blow, the king leaned into it, staggering to the princess, falling to his aged knees and grasping her to him just as tightly as she held onto the little princess. At this heartbreaking sight, the throng of domestics finally disbanded, leaving their king to rock his living and dead children. None who had worked for the king had ever witnessed him so distraught. He had been raised to be a steadfast pillar of repressed manhood. To watch him like this, face twisted in the torment of holding back his tears, struck the servants as undignified of them and embarrassing to him. With a sole whispered utterance from one of the turned backs, "Such a pity!" the working class returned to their labors, leaving only Thalahad with the royal family. Minutes passed, though none present could say how many. To the knight it seemed about 10. The king would have guessed 5, but to the 12-year-old girl discovering the second dead relation on her birthday, she had been clutching her bleeding brother all through the day and night. The morning light that filled the foyer was the light of a different day. The princess could not fathom that this was the same morning she had roused so excitedly for, barely over an hour ago. At however long last, the king began to wipe away the princess's tears with his sleeves, all but saying, "That's enough crying now," which only upset the child further. "Shh," he finally tried, as comfortingly as he could muster. It had always worked when she was a newborn, the last time he had made any effort to soothe her.
I told you this was not right,
sputtered the princess, barely audible between her sobs. What? Asked the king incredulously, not willing to be hurt by something he wasn't certain he had heard correctly.
First mommy, and now my little brother too?
She said more loudly and clearly, though still not looking up at him from the little prince in her arms. Thalahad's head raised slightly at the outburst, trying to hear a little better. "Oh, curses." The king started, irritably raising her chin to force her to look at him. "I already told you, sometimes bad things just happen." He said it so plainly as if it were the simplest thing in the world to accept. It sickened the princess's stomach. "Your mother was ill, and your brother. God's bless and keep him." He trailed off as if straining for further comment.
It is a curse,
the princess said in a whisper, yet firmly enough to be heard. The thought had been echoing in exaggeration throughout her head all morning, ever since the princess found the queen. Like all thoughts, voicing it, freeing it, gave it the kind of power that our most secret ideas can never possess. Speaking straight into the swollen, scarlet sags of her father's eyes, she saw the power the words had, revealing the presence of one of those most private secrets, behind the king's face. It flickered there only for the briefest of moments, but the princess was focused too firmly on his face to have missed it. Had that glimpse not been given, the princess might have never brought it up again. But the seed had been split, and the sprout had begun to germinate. Only the princess saw the king's reaction to her theory, but he had not been alone in hearing it. Thalahad, witnessing all this tension, was the first to answer the princess.
Your Majesty, if I may, I would...
"No, you may not," the king said rigidly. The knight, who had been raising their head, lowered it twice as quickly back onto their chest. He finally dropped the princess's chin and, taking her by the shoulders, "I am not going to tell you again. There is no evil curse on us, no spirits causing us harm, nor any bad men conspiring against us. These are unfortunate times, and we have been lucky to have led lives so rich with joy for as long as we have."
How can you say that?
Cried the young girl.
With your wife and child dead within hours of each other?
"You know too little of this world to speak to me this way!" The king was shouting now. The servants who had finished decorating the hall were flitting constantly back and forth across the arched entrances, trying to get a good view without being caught standing and gawking. "Perhaps you should like to have a proper chat with the doctor when she arrives. Far too many people die bringing their babes into this world. And you know not how great a miracle it is for a babe to live to be a child, let alone grow up." Those last words came with a catch in his throat. The king dragged the princess by the arm to the side of her most favored companion. "Take the princess back up to her room."
Please! Father, you mustn't!
The girl screamed, attempting to twist out of her father's grip. He brandished her viced limbs towards Thalahad, who approached the regents hurriedly, but did not take the princess's arms immediately.
Please, my lord, I am begging you.
Do not implore me once you've been given order, freak, or you shall be demoted to a more fitting station.
The king spat, drained from the confrontation.
Escort the princess to her room, then return to your post. She is to be retained there until the doctor arrives, and I may send her up to ease her suffering.
Yes, my lord.
Thalahad replied bitterly, gently taking the princess's arm from their master, placing their other hand upon her shoulder, and pulling her towards the opposite stairwell. Still, even in the hands of her preferred protector, the girl would not budge. The pain in her chest was too deep, the fire in her heart far too rampant.
No, Daddy, the curse! We have to stay together.
She shouted, as unsure of the origin of her words as she was sure of their certainty. The princess fought against Thalahad's guidance, pulling and twisting so forcefully that the knight had to pick the girl up and saddle her over their bladed shoulder. The duty-bound Thalahad could only hang their head in shame at their orders.
It will take you from me too! Or what if it kills me first, Daddy?
She screamed uncontrollably. The princess wept, summoning guttural cries and sobs. The king could only turn away, back to face his son, though unable to kneel by his side, or to cover his face. He was unable even to touch him.
Come on, sweet pea,
whispered Thalahad, half-heartedly, fighting back their own tears.
What do you say you go and lie down in your room for a bit?
They were trying their best to sound as optimistic as possible, considering they were comforting a hysterically bereaved child. However, the princess's tears could not be stopped, just as her eyes could not be torn from her father, getting further away over the knight's shoulder.
No! Please!
The king was wiping his eye as he turned back towards his terrified child. He suddenly rushed towards Thalahad and the princess. He took her face in his left hand and pressed a trinket into hers with his right. The princess opened her hand to observe the last birthday present she would receive that day, though far from the last she would receive that year. It was a ring, large in size though plain in decoration. It had a simple gold band and was imprinted with the family crest, bearing a proud griffin conquering a great knotted sea serpent.
This ring is a symbol of our divine right to rule. It has been passed down our family line, from father to son, for generations, traditionally on the king's deathbed.
The princess slipped it upon her left thumb, the only finger large enough for it to sit.
Keep it safe, and I promise you that neither one of us will die before you return that ring to me,
he whispered so that only she could hear. The king pecked the princess on the cheek and sent Thalahad back towards the stairs with a strong nudge. The girl's heart was no less broken, but her tears went unaccompanied by sobs, and her cries were rendered silent. The forest. The midday sun was ascending its peak, and the witch was over halfway to her destination. Her old bones could not stand to ride as fast as she had loved in her youth, but, given the sacramental nature of this journey, a plodding pace was necessary. She cursed her own hunger as she had to drop her breadcrumbs more and more sparingly if they were going to last long enough to form a complete circle, binding her abode to the very special lake. It did make the trip that much quicker, with her familiar having to stop less. The lake, hidden deeper in the vast forest to which she was forming the energy-sharing tether to her hut, although paradisian in unsoiled mood and beauty, was not a location of any arcane magic by its own right, but by incidence. For as long as the witch's cottage had been passed down from her foremothers, the lake to which she now voyaged was known to have transfigurative properties in its waters, which pervaded into the soil and local flora and fauna. The witch had read more than a few handwritten entries in her grimoires about the usefulness of these magic waters, let alone the intrigue of the effective wildlife, especially in charms of cloaking and hiding. She had to quest to find its shores during her second year of witchhood, as its rarest and most enigmatic magical quality was disappearing and reappearing elsewhere in the forest if its location was ever to be mapped. Once the witch had found it, however, she had visited the legendary pool many a time for its unique serenity. Coincidentally, her particular witchings never had call for the lake's elements before now. What exactly the witch needed was a bit more substantial than a full vial of fresh water, hence the necessary tethering circle, and consequently was why she could not wholly entrust the task to her familiar. The witch called for her companion to halt so that they both might take a well-deserved rest. Bowing his head forward, the black stallion allowed the elderly woman to flip the walking stick off her lap and slip from his flank to her feet. She hobbled off the non-existent path they were following to the nearest tree, a cypress, while the horse stayed put, pulling at the grass happily. Leaning her back against the tree, the witch lowered herself to a seat, legs outstretched on the ground before her. Once settled, she opened the large pouch on her belt, removed the stained linen handkerchief, and finished the cold chicken left over from her breakfast. Just as it had every day, the act of eating alone made the witch prone to unprovoked reminiscence. She ruminated back upon the first time that she had been called upon to use her magic to help someone. Once upon a time, not much more than a month had passed since the new witch had moved into the forest, and she had already finished studying 13 volumes. She had since met the nymphs and agreed to care for their troves of knowledge in exchange for access to all the information they had to offer, a timeless bargain between their kind. Consequently, the floor was covered with books, as the young woman had to set aside any not written in any of the 6 languages she was coursed in, and was exhausting the last one left to peruse. Her eager mind was, at the moment, most doggedly hunting a spell to help her comprehend all languages, so she could continue furthering her studies. The novice witch was beginning to feel afraid that the overwhelming collection had quite gotten the better of her. A cracked, almost metallic-sounding voice shouted out the words of the sign she hadn't activated by accident in days. It was announcing the arrival of a young woman from the nearest village. Peeking between the thick tangle of branches, the witch saw the villager of about 20, with ruddy cheeks, beautifully crafted though dusty clothes, and an expression stuck frozen with fear, standing directly outside her gate. She stammered out a whimpering plea for the witch's help, which she could barely hear. Upon reprimanding her to speak up, the villager shouted that she was in need of a love charm. Quite unappeased with this idea, the sleep-deprived, frazzle-haired witch pushed her way out of the cottage, book in hand, to deny her. The lady was so shocked to see the woman, even younger than she, that her mouth hit the floor. The witch told her firmly that she was not a witch at all, and the villager should feel lucky she wasn't, because she ought to curse her on principle for wanting to bewitch another's affections. The villager's mouth closed abruptly. The witch may not have looked like a witch, but she didn't sound at all like a young woman. The traveler barely managed to point out that she may have been a witch in disguise, and posited fearfully that if she were not a witch, why was she living in a cottage, advertising curses, wards, and transformatives, while she was brandishing a book entitled Finagle Your Fortunes? The adolescent witch had to admit she had got her there. The young woman was about to correct her potential customer a third time when a small falcon who had been resting atop her new home came and landed on her shoulder, gentle as anything. Perhaps if making a covenant with a plot of dryads didn't do it, maybe fooling around with animal magnetism charms made one sort of a fledgling witch. Begrudgingly, the young woman bade the villager enter, damning her morals, hopeful that she could help her out quickly, milk her purse for all it was worth, and get her on her way. Shuffling scrolls and books aside, she cleared a place for the lady to sit at the stone table. The two talked at length. The villager, named Celine, brought the witch news of the outside world and the verge of political unruly crossing borders brought about by their tyrannical king. While the witch flipped through page after page, certain she could find a love charm, yet insistent upon locating an alternative enchantment to suit the lady's needs. It was about this time that Celine, who'd been excited to answer the questions of the witch up until now, grew bashful. The distraught youth was the daughter of the local village's tailor, and not a particularly profitable one at that. Celine took the time to arrange her thoughts and work up the nerve before mentioning that her heart had been predestined for her longtime love, who, unfortunately, happened to be the daughter of one of the wealthiest livery barons in the kingdom. The two young ladies had had an affectionate friendship for nearly all their lives, and Celine knew with all her heart that her love was returned. Considering the earnestness with which she spoke, the witch could not doubt her, but instead the confused young woman asked for what reason then did she seek a love charm.
It is not for the woman that I know loves me,
she replied sullenly.
But for the men whose love is not assured. For us to wed would surely mean being disowned and left prospectless, if not banished. And in these uncertain times, I could not bear to force the woman I love, a woman who was raised with the finest of everything, into the life of a pauper.
After nearly an hour of searching, they eventually found it in the same tome that she had been originally reading. However, the love spell held a warning. Solely for swift enterprise, when strikes are most opportune. Prolonged use or a reprise proves this magic fleets too soon. Exhaustion of all one's power makes even the best spells sour. Now Celine, plain though she was not simple, and she did not need the witch to explain that to her. The villager may not have needed a charm to make her fiancé love her, but not all the love spells in the world could make their fathers approve of their union permanently. Celine had all but given up hope when the witch wrestled a comparatively newer volume from out under the feet of her downtrodden guest. This one was given the title, Bewitchment for Betterment, in the same age script that had been written Finagle Yorn Fortunes. It marked the first time the young witch consciously noticed two of her books having had the same author, and she made a mental note to investigate further cases of similarly authored texts. After a quick stop at the table of contents, the witch found something she hoped would do the trick, the elixir of eloquent elocution. While the witch prepared the potion, she explained to the villager that, if the love she felt was true and returned as well, there was no reason that helping her express that love should not result in their engagement gaining its sadly necessary patriarchal blessing. "And if not," she added, "tell your fathers I'll forge their wills and turn them into toads." Celine was so delighted with the compromise they reached that she refused to leave until the witch allowed her to pay her. Upon naming a measly copper piece for her price, the villager paid her 10 times over, with 2 coins of silver and a freshly sewn green longshirt. Though the night was falling fast, the seamsmith ran away singing and dancing. The witch turned in to begin her supper, and, by chance, found the spellbook turned a page past the elixir of eloquent elocution to the very charm for universal language translation that she had been looking for when the stranger arrived. Finished now with all the food that she had brought, the witch shook the reminiscence away and whistled curtly for her familiar not 3 meters away. She patted him on the back to get him to bend down enough for her to remount, then swung her leg over with a groan. Autumn's dusk wasn't more than 6 hours away, and the most important part of her annual Samhain ritual required her to be back at her cottage no later than sunset. She wriggled another crumb of rye from her satchel, repeated the incantation, and tossed the piece of bone bread into the crevice of the tree roots where she had picnicked before urging her steed onward. Nearly an hour and a half passed before the pure smell of the mystical freshwater began penetrating the trees' earthy herbal musk. The witch lifted her nose to breathe it in deeply when she happened to spy one of the ingredients for the curse. On the right-hand side of the untaken road they trod was a tremendously tall oak tree. Fairly high amongst its branches was a hollow where a great chestnut-brown horned owl nested, almost perfectly camouflaged in near motionless sleep. Had the poor bird's sleeping mind not rustled their feathers, the witch might never have noticed them. With a whispered word into her familiar's long ears, both he and the witch stopped silently. She was about to call out to them, entreat the owl for their assistance, when she realized that she had forgotten to refresh her animal magnetism charm before setting out on her journey. The witch should have remembered that this morning when her hut was devoid of its usual nighttime accumulation of insects and rodents. Regretfully, the woman would have to obtain the ingredient by force. She craned her neck from her advantaged height in search of some plant, fungi, or other miscellaneous item of magical efficiency that she could use to procure her ingredient. Alas, the witch found herself wanting. Bitterly, the old woman slid to the ground from off the horse's rump and began inspecting the scene more closely. As always, the forest was abundant in magically latent gifts for those willing to appreciate them. However, none the witch could see would help her get the bird to come to her, or get her to the bird. There was more than enough there that she could use to remove the eye, if any enchantment used to physically procure a spell item did not also render it unusable in a spell. There are two primary reasons why very few mortals possess the mentality to master magic. Magic requires utmost discipline, as there can be no shortcuts or loopholes in invoking the forces of nature. That's the first. The witch set about stripping the leaves from a vine of ivy that was climbing a tree adjacent to the oak. Once she had a length of a few meters, she began weaving it into a green braided noose. While she worked on this time-consuming project, the witch knew that she would have to be deadly precise the very first time, having only several decimeters of slack with which to hold it. When, after nearly an hour of tedious stripping, braiding, and knotwork, her lasso was completed, the woman tiptoed back to her steed and whispered her instructions to him, which he acknowledged with a soft whinny of affirmation. The witch crept up to the opposite side of the tree trunk, vine lasso in hand, and knocked the heels of her wooden clogs together quietly. The woman began her ascent, gently leaning against the tree trunk with the pads of her fingers for support, as the enchanted shoes lifted her steadily towards her target. It was a rudimentary levitation spell, just for moving up and down, which she had bewitched the shoes with herself, primarily for the retrieval of her precious books. If she had a need to actually fly, her familiar was more than capable of choosing a form large enough to carry her. The witch had neither the strength of will nor of back to ride on a broomstick any longer, and mortars were even less comfortable. The witch rose just above the height of the owl's hollow, about 2.5 meters off the ground, breathing mildly, quietly through pursed lips. As silently as she could, the witch inched herself around the trunk and lowered the loop of her improvised lariat until it also was resting against the side of the tree, framing the large hole in the trunk. The floating old woman shakily craned her neck to peer around an unseasonably leafy branch of sun-dried tans and browns. There her familiar remained stock-still, staring at her as it had her whole ascent. The witch gave the stallion a purposeful nod and tightened her whole body in preparation for nothing. Her head whipped back downward at her companion, staring back at her with nonchalant defiance. In another creature, that glare alone could have turned the horse into stone. The witch reassumed her position at attention, and worked her frustration out through her leg, and kicked the tree with her wooden clog as hard as she could. This startled the horned owl awake, as a whinny from familiar was meant to, but was so repercussive it accidentally threw the witch off balance. The bird went shrieking from the hollow, knocking the witch backward out of the open-backed shoes that had been solely supporting her, pulling the noose close around the bird's neck, and not their breast. The right clog was flung into the tree and clattered away, landing sideways at the same height in which the left shoe was still hanging in the air. The witch grasped with her free hand for the abandoned shoe within reach, and got too strong a hold of it. When her full weight bare down on her dominant hand, she found her once supple elbow and wrist could no longer support her, and lost her grip on the slipper. The witch closed her eyes and tried to relax herself for a terrible fall. When she fell into a smelly mound of itchy fur, she peeked through her lids to see herself safely in the arms of a silverback gorilla with her best friend's eyes. The witch huffed, struggling out of her familiar's arms to the forest floor.
If you had followed my instruction, you wicked brute, I would not have needed to be caught.
She scolded the enchanted animal gruffly, as she quickly tried to rein in the frantically flapping owl. A semi-indignant, simian speak of low grunts, emphatically huffed syllables, and throaty whines answered, as if to say, "Hegemony told me what you are seeking. I'm here to accompany you, not help you end your life." At the frank retort, the witch felt rather insensitive towards her longest and oldest friend. She had never once considered what he would be feeling if she went through with the curse. Well, ease one creature's suffering at a time. Having wound the vine lasso all the way up, the witch wrapped her arm around the large bird's struggling body, making sure to fold the wings up softly against their sides.
May thy spirit forgive mine actions.
She whispered solemnly to the owl, before swiftly pulling out their left eye. The owl screeched in pain, but the witch did not stop their beak from taking vengeance in blood from her wrists, while she whispered an incantation in a long dead language to eliminate the bird's pain. Once the dim glow had moved through her veins, and had at least settled within the black and brown plumage, the witch lifted her arm and let the bird fly free. They shot into the air, screeching their anger, and with a weak wave of her other unbloodied wrist, crisscrossing of her fingers, and the words,
Baglarikaz.
The twined vine fell, snipped from their neck.
Half of the sight from the most wise bird.
She repeated from the spell.
I am sorry, Familia,
The witch said, putting the wet eye into one of her pouches and removing a heavily stained cloth.
I suppose despite all of my years of service, I am just as unempathetic as that old verse says.
She daubed at her bleeding wrist, tying the handkerchief tightly around the wound.
You know,
She continued ashamedly.
I have not yet decided if I'm going to perform the curse or not.
The familiar's reply started as a nasally grunt and transformed with a toss of his head into an equine snort, as his physical form returned to that of a stallion. Oh, please. You wouldn't have gone through all this trouble if your mind wasn't made up. The witch opened her mouth to retort, but was tossed the rest of the way over the side of her steed mid-mounting. The crone swore at and swatted her eldest companion, as she struggled to swing her legs over and right herself. There was little she could genuinely do to deny his accurate assertion, so, when she was seated straight again, the foul language became playful admonishments, and the swipes, comforting and loving strokes. The Princess's Bedchamber. The princess was utterly silent the entire trip in Thalahad's arms, up to the top of the eastern tower. Her body was limp with grief, save for her little fist clutched tightly around her father's ancestral ring.
Come on, open up, would you?
Thalahad asked of the guard, who had taken up post outside the princess's room just hours before sunrise.
What in the...
He barely had time to pause it on this most unusual manner of handling the princess, before fumbling with the iron ring handle on the leaden door.
Was she the one doing all that caterwauling?
Hold your tongue.
Thalahad snapped, pushing past the man into the brightly lit bedchamber within. The knight rushed right over to the decadently decorated canopy bed, depositing the princess as softly as if she were a porcelain egg. They then briskly returned to the door, closing it quickly before returning to sit beside the petrified princess. The two friends sat without exchanging a word for a minute, Thalahad's eyes stuck to the floor, while the princess's gaze fell beyond what lay within the room's rounded wall. Finally, the knight broke the quiet.
Your father called for the doctor right after we found your mother, so she should be here within the hour.
The princess gave no sign that she had heard her friend.
Do you want to lie down until she arrives?
The deep, bark-colored eyes of the princess shifted slightly until they met with Thalahad's of light chestnut, her head still crooked towards the wall.
Were you not commanded to return to your post?
The princess said vacantly, the way a more foolish child might make some equally cruel utterance. In a show of indifference, the girl held up her right hand and slipped the great ring back onto the only digit big enough for it to possibly occupy without falling off, her thumb.
Well,
Thalahad began, chuckling lightly, trying to ease some of both of their tensions.
this is what your father said. Yes, but seeing as he did not ask for me to report back to him, he won't know if it takes me a few extra minutes to get back, will he?
Do not stay on my account.
The princess croaked out through her hoarse throat. Her eyes drooped to reassume the direction of her face, giving Thalahad a glimpse of the floods of sorrow she held at bay.
Nothing will save me or my father from our family's fate, and I would hate for you to suffer any further from disobedience to your duty.
The young girl quietly murmured.
Now listen here. King is a powerful ruler who has more protection than the average man against all kinds of foul misdeeds. And as for you, I will not let any harm come to you as long as I'm alive. You hear me, Princess P?
The princess gave a heavy sigh without lifting her head, but Thalahad could see that, though her spirits were still freshly wounded, her youthful resistance flickered behind her shadowed eyes. They hoped their nickname for the girl would remind her of all the love there was for her. The knight sat smiling at her for a second, thinking of how best to help next, before slapping their knee, standing and apologizing abruptly.
Gah, how foolish. In all the commotion, you must be half starved to death. Let me get you something for lunch, and I will be back in a flash.
The princess couldn't imagine herself capable of swallowing a bite, but only found the time to issue a soft whimper before Thalahad confirmed that it would be no trouble at all, and left her alone. The princess did not particularly mind being left alone, for she did not crave company in any capacity either. She shoved off the bed and began to pace the room. What she wanted most of all was someone to listen to her, to take what she had to say into genuine consideration, even if they ended up disagreeing. At least this hypothetical person might have allowed her to express her sense of foreboding and move on to a more logical conclusion.
This house?
She began, trying it aloud to herself first.
My family?
She rephrased, catching the image of her distraught face in her looking glass.
Has fallen victim to an evil curse.
The princess and her room were perfectly still. She kept dogged eye contact with her reflection, as if trying to force a confession out of her through tension. Eventually, the princess realized that she was holding her breath and broke the spell with a violent gasp for air. It hadn't been a flash, but could not have been more than 4 or 5, before a knock at the door signaled Thalahad's return. They swooped in, aloft arms first, balancing a heaping tray of fried eggs, fresh-baked bread, currant jam, a quickly shorn wedge of ham, and 3 different kinds of pie, the mincemeat still steaming, all swiped from the kitchen by the knight. Thalahad placed the tremendous silver plate on the princess's vanity, turning with a flourish and untucking a leather-hided flask from their belt.
Have no worries,
they said proudly.
I washed it out for you. Just fresh milk.
The young girl took the outstretched bottle awkwardly, uncorked it, and raised it to her nose, giving the contents a deep, suspicious sniff. Thalahad's face drooped slightly, but they said nothing. The princess sealed the flask again and slipped off the bed, briskly brushing past the knight, and began examining the plate of food. She stuck her right-hand fingers straight into the sugar-crusted mincemeat pie, not even wincing if it did burn, and once it was all a currant-colored mess, proceeded to pick through the other pies. She wasn't quite sure what she was searching for, but anything out of the ordinary would suit her paranoia. A fine powder, a sprig of noxious herb, a discarded thumbnail, any evidence of witchcraft or foul intent. Once the pies were mere crumble, the girl did the same to the bread, checking both sides for deadly green growths, using it to move around the blob of jam to pick up the ham for a closer smell. When she found nothing at all out of the ordinary, the unconvinced princess flicked the clinging foods from her fingers before wiping her hand on her nightgown. Behind her, Thalahad wiped the stray speck of pureed pumpkin that had found its way from the princess's fingers onto their face.
Feel better?
They said softly, yet with more aggravation than the knight had meant to express. In her state of bereavement, Thalahad's momentary frustration was amplified 100-fold, and the defensive girl reeled back at the slight.
What do I have to feel better about?
She shrieked, making direct eye contact with the knight's reflection in the mirror.
That I've been spared the fate of poisoning for now?
Thalahad was so shaken by this attack they did nothing but stare at the child they loved open-mouthed, feeling monumentally guilty for the mild irritation the knight had let slip. The princess was now almost back in tears, though these were the welling tears of a child misled and ignored. She just wanted to be let out of this stifling room and be gone with her daddy, free of this awful castle and its tragic curse. The princess, stifling the sobs back into her throat, hands already gripping either side of the vanity, grabbed both sides of the breakfast platter and flung it angrily into the wall. Thalahad stared awestruck and heartbroken at the heaving pain radiating from the friend that they had always cared for as a little sister. She felt the air fill and escape from her lungs rapidly, but received no relief from the tightness growing in her chest, cinching her shoulders in towards it, as if fury and grief were trying to collapse the girl entirely in on herself. The knight, not knowing what else to do, slowly fell to their knees, apologizing under their breath, and started collecting the shreds of meats and piles of multicolored mush back onto the plate. When Thalahad had approached the mess at the princess's feet, she dragged herself over to her bed, desiring not to sit but no longer able to stand, and fell draped halfway over the edge. The spilt food being as well collected as iron gauntlets could get them, Thalahad turned to try and meet the princess's eyes once more. It seemed that the pent-up rage, having been released, left her head hung more lowly than before. The knight did not force her eye contact, yet said,
I know that nothing could be further from your mind. You really must eat something to keep your strength up, for you and your father's sake.
A defeated sigh was her only reply, but it was more than they received last time they had tried caring for the girl. So Thalahad, tray in hand, made for the door. They hadn't shifted the platter in one hand to open the door when the princess called out sarcastically,
Unless that food can break a curse, I'm not hungry.
With a fed-up huff of their own, Thalahad yanked the door open without letting go of the plate and said,
I told you the king was a wise man. Do you really think he would not employ a wizard that could not craft you some protection? What he cannot do is bring you back from the dead. You still need to eat.
Before disappearing around the wide open door. The princess threw herself off the bed to her feet, trundling angrily to the doorway to give the insolent Thalahad another piece of her mind, and barreled smack into the guard's rear side.
Let me pass!
The princess intoned roughly.
Now, your majesty,
the spindly man began, already fanning out his arms to preempt any attempt to slip past him.
I think you would be much more comfortable waiting in here for the doctor to arrive.
I disagree, and it's my comfort after all,
she said, attempting to step past him and being forced gently back past the arched doorway.
I order you out of my way!
A sneer formed on the guard's cracked, thin lips. With hands on either side of the doorway, he leaned so deeply into the room that he was at eye level with the girl.
Sorry, love,
he said, with the indignation obvious of a man forced to serve a child he regarded as a disdainful brat, forcing the princess back into the room with his breath.
The king's orders trump your own. Now, be a good little girl and sit quiet-like until your special visitor arrives.
At this, his right hand crept around the doorframe, grabbed hold of its handle, and slammed it shut. Left alone for the first time since the little prince had fled from his sister and to his death, the princess breathed in with the force of a gale and exhaled a tempest of a scream. Anyone left unaware of the princess's cursed mourning did not hear a child's temper, but a young woman's anguish. The scream shook her too heavy looking-glass from its poorly gilded frame, sliding from her already shaken vanity and dashing against the floor. Between the spilt food and slivers of mercury and tin-backed glass, the princess's tower bedroom was filthier than she had ever been allowed to let it become. The mess extricated her pain from her heart, enforcing its chaos onto her environment like a magical transference. Panting with newfound berserk fury, the princess snatched at the drawers of her vanity, ripping one out with each hand and flinging them over her head in one swift movement. The drawer flung from her left hand arced beautifully on its collision course with the iron-grated window, leaving a huge crack in the sturdy glass and powdering the stone floor with emulsified flowers and roots of every pigment. The other drawer contained nothing but elaborately crafted bottles of perfume. These met with the less forgiving walls, and those which didn't shatter on contact were ejected and nearly made their way back to the other side of the small tower room before dashing to the ground. The concentrated aroma of dozens of spices and thousands of flowers rolling on multicolored clouds of dust bogged the atmosphere. The princess's incensed breathing became choked, and her scream became a cough, but that didn't stop her. She leaned forward with a hacking grunt and shouldered the vanity upside down, which forced over the near-adjacent wardrobe, bringing them both down with a wooden crash. Her once cherished clothes spilled from the overturned wardrobe, like the lavishly ornate grave robbings of a tomb. Whirling in the cosmetic fog, the princess took up a shard of her broken looking glass with her left hand and turned on her last piece of pristine furniture, her beloved canopy bed. Ignoring the broken glass underfoot, the princess took a hop step onto the enormous down mattress and leapt from it to grab onto the draping rose silk. They came down around, burying her on top of the golden quilt. She thrashed maniacally, rising from the sea of pink, tearing at the material draped over the right side of the bed, and tearing that down as well. With her hand bloodied from its tight hold on the tempered glass, the princess began hacking and slicing through the expensive fabrics, searching wildly for some solace in their destruction. The princess had just struck through the curtains and quilt to release the stolen feathers within the interior of the bed, when the door opened to reveal the guard escorting the village doctor. As with many modern physicians of a certain age, the doctor thought herself unshakable. She was just a few inches shorter than the guard who accompanied her, making her over 6 feet tall and a full-figured woman to boot. While she worked, the doctor's straight, mid-length auburn hair was always held back by a simple rectangular carved wooden headband, keeping free her luminous blue eyes. However, nothing in her nearing 30 years as a devoted student of medicine had prepared the doctor for the sight she saw now. The princess, too, was completely caught off guard, frozen stock still amongst a nest of shredded silk, brocade, and feathers, staring at the two intruders, blood-streaked hand raised and ready to strike again.
"Perhaps we'd best be left alone,"
the doctor said sweetly to the guard, without the slightest intone of fear for herself. The moment of surprise passed as quickly as it came. The guard was only too happy to oblige, strutting right around the doctor and closing the door after himself.
"Hello, Princess. It is good to see you."
Are you here to drug me?
The princess calmly accused without lowering her glass dagger.
"Possibly,"
the doctor said plainly, stepping slowly towards the girl. This elicited a flinch from the princess, who dropped into the type of crouch distinctly predicating a pounce, causing the doctor to stop in her tracks.
"There are times when the use of narcotics is for the best."
She put down the humongous medicine bag on the filthy floor and opened it up. The princess craned her neck a little to suspiciously watch the woman rifle through her tools, ready to preempt any attack.
"Do you think it would help to drug you?"
The question caught the defensive girl off guard, which she was promptly put back on when the doctor removed a long length of cloth and a palm-sized green glass bottle.
You will not give me anything. I would rather throw myself from this tower.
The doctor, unfazed, held her laden hands outstretched.
"Just as you say,"
came her reply.
"I will not administer a single thing you will not allow me."
When nothing happened, the doctor wrapped the cloth around the bottle and gently tossed it on the bed, landing at the princess's side.
"That, however, I must insist upon, especially if you wish to keep that hand."
The girl's look of confusion became tainted with mistrust again.
"It is to clean your wound,"
the doctor explained patiently.
"It will sting a little, but it will not affect your state of mind."
Uneasily, the princess unwound and uncorked the bottle, gave it a cautious sniff before tipping it over to soak the whole cloth with the earthy-smelling, pale yellow tonic. The uncouth technique caused the doctor to stifle a snicker under her breath. The princess wiped up as much of the steady trickle of blood as the large woven banner before wrapping it up. Emboldened, she took another step towards her reluctant patient.
"May I put my hands on you?"
The princess's brow furrowed with mistrust, and the doctor quickly added,
"I would just like to check your heart and your heat."
In defiance of her rising paranoia, something within the princess told her that she instinctively could trust this kindly woman. This was an infantile memory of hers, being unearthed from her subconscious by the woman's calming smile. The princess couldn't have been more than 4, so of course she hadn't remembered it well. She was nestled in her mother's arms as she fondly recalled being so many times before, but in this nearly forgotten memory, the queen was flushed with fever. Her sweat weighed down her nightgown as well as the princess's otherwise immaculate dress of green and gold. There was a quick, conscientious rapping before the door opened, and the king led the doctor to his wife's bedside. As the doctor moved herself to the left of the bed, where the infirmed lay, the king moved oppositely, crawling onto the bed to lovingly detach his daughter from the ailing queen. The young princess protested, revving her squeals into a cry when her father gently rocked and shushed her, pointing to the queen and encouraging the girl to watch the doctor. The wizened woman began attending to the queen, asking questions and speaking plainly enough that the child could understand that she was here to help. The kind face and healing hands to the princess worked magic on her and on her mother. After all, the queen lived almost 8 years more after this terrible illness and delivered another healthy child in that time. It all came back to her so clearly that the princess wondered how it was that she forgot it at all. Without realizing it, while the doctor's soothing touch had measured the girl's pulse and temperature, the princess had been reliving this memory out loud. She had blurted out every embarrassing word to the woman, who was now discarding the soaked hand bandage on the floor and expertly replacing it with another from her bag.
I remember that day,
she said, smiling down at the girl.
That was the first time I had seen you since the midwife delivered you. You were always such a healthy child.
The implication that she was behaving unhealthfully did not escape the princess, though her exhaustion and curiosity dictated she ignore it.
Was my mother truly sick?
She asked forcefully. The shard of mirror remained guardedly in the princess's lap while the doctor had wrapped her hand. Now, with an expertly applied bandage, the princess took grip of the protective glass even more firmly than before.
Not too terribly, as I recall. Just exhaustion, most likely.
No,
the princess retaliated immediately.
Not when I was a girl. The king said that my mother had been sick for a long time, but she wanted to keep it a secret, and
Judging from the somber expression which overtook the doctor's face, continuing the inquiry was unnecessary. The princess's features drooped to her intimidating left hand and frail-looking right. Without noticing, she had begun anxiously scraping the bloodied shard against her father's large ring, which made her hand appear all the slighter.
Oh, how I wish I could tell you it was not so,
the woman began without needing to continue.
The queen has never had the greatest health, and shortly after the birth of your
brother,
it began a steady decline, almost precisely as I predicted.
The look of dismay was so great on her face, the doctor had to spit the rest out just to avoid risking another of the girl's outbursts.
The queen swore me to secrecy, only allowed me to see her at nights, so no one would catch on. I am so sorry, Your Highness.
Chancing multiple accusals, the doctor, maintaining her slight distance on the bed, slowly laid her right arm across the princess's collapsed shoulders.
You should have had a few years left with her yet.
Without offense intended, the princess shirked the doctor's empathetic gesture. So fast did the girl swivel to face the woman.
What are you talking about?
She asked of the healer, much harsher than she had meant. Being more taken aback than alarmed, the doctor took a moment to put her arm back to her side and collect her sound reply.
Over 6 years ago, the queen finally experienced enough symptoms to be diagnosed with a well-documented, however unfortunately untreatable, condition.
The princess couldn't contain herself, and before the doctor could continue...
So she could have been cursed all of that time?
The woman's facial muscles made a contortion that was most unfamiliar to them, which resulted in a look of deep confusion. She had always been the most attentive pupil of the doctor to the king before the princess's father, often less to learn from him, but to question or correct him, using her own observations and exhaustive independent research. Over 1/3 of the tools and tonics located in her case were of her own invention. Most of the other doctors who had apprenticed beside her resented her for her unorthodox practices, a bigoted few going so far as to claim she had pretended to be a boy to gain admittance to study from the old doctor. For any and all who required the reminder, our doctor was quick to point out that she had never claimed to be anything other than a woman, and it was everyone else who was dedicated to pretending otherwise. In any case, none could deny her substantially larger rate of treatment success than any of her modern colleagues. Because of all of her advanced knowledge and talents, and having never been a first-hand witness herself, the doctor didn't take any claims of witchcraft seriously, but more likely as a misunderstanding or mishap that has just yet to be explained. As she saw it, the case of the queen was not such a mystery.
I am sorry, dear. I just think you are looking for someone to blame, and I wish I could give them to you. Your mother died from a condition with which she was born. No one gave it to her. I thought I knew how long she had left, but I guess she kept some secrets from all of us. It was expedited by the strain of being with her third child.
The princess just shook her head, unable to believe what she just knew was wrong.
What if that was just the start of the curse?
The doctor sighed and began to massage her eyes in fatigue.
What if the curse was put upon my mother, but passed on to my brother from birth?
The princess questioned, slipping off the bed again to give this new idea some legs.
You did say mother was born with what killed her, after all, so why would it not be in my brother and myself? What if she gave it to the king?
You are talking about two different things. Just because I cannot give a name to the disease that took the queen does not mean she was cursed, or that she gave it to anyone in your family. Besides, the king said your
brother
did not even die the same way as your mother.
You've been to see the king?
The princess asked, sounding unintentionally querulous.
Yes, and the queen, just before he sent me to you. He said,
"Oh, please!"
The frantic girl pleaded.
"Take me to them now and tell the king that I must stay with him. Tell him that if I am ever to get better, we must stay together. You will tell him, please?"
All right, all right.
The doctor conceded to the palpable importance this held to the princess.
I will make a bargain with you.
She was bending over to reach into her open bag once more. The doctor sat upright, this time holding a dark amber bottle, twice as large as the first she produced.
The king is near breaking, and personally, I think some time together would do you both good, provided that you do not cause each other further undue agitation. Now, I promise that when I leave here, I will go and tell the king what you asked of me. However, if you will take just a swallow of this calmative, I will also bring you with me while I ask. What do you think of that?
The princess stared at the bottle, its glass too dark even to see the amount of liquid within.
"I thought you were not going to drug me,"
she asked tentatively, turning the shard in her wrapped hand.
Nothing you would not let me give you is what I said, which is why I am giving you a choice.
She answered readily.
The king even had a swallow for his own nerves, and he is perfectly well, and, most importantly, feeling better. All it does is ease the pain a little.
She kept the bottle perfectly still at her side, not even subconsciously inching it nearer the princess, the doctor wanting the choice to be the girl's alone. The princess looked up from the bottle to lock eyes with the doctor, searching anywhere for a hint of malice.
"Ease the pain?"
she asked.
That's right. It relaxes the body and slows the mind, just enough to ease the pain. Here.
The doctor offered, uncorking the bottle and putting it to her own lips before taking a comically exaggerated gulp. She had, after all, been answering calls from house to house, doing what she could to stave off injury and disease since before the sun had even risen, and dusk was just a few hours away. By the time that swig really kicked in, she would be getting some shut-eye on the carriage ride back to the village. The doctor licked her lips, and in spite of herself, the princess almost gave half a grin. It had a more bitter taste than she recalled. The princess held out her hand, and the doctor at last proffered the medicine. The princess waved it under her nose and got a heady whiff, even with the spilt perfumes and cosmetics still scenting the air. It was strong, but not at all unpleasant.
"What's in it?"
Valerian root, clove, and chamomile, mostly. Some greenwort, and just a meddling of poppy and coca. I boiled it down myself.
The doctor said with a slow, satisfied grin. It had been a long time since she had resorted to her home brew to manage a few hours of sleep. She had forgotten how quickly it worked. The doctor rose from the bed, bent to retrieve her bag, and stood up uneasily. The princess started to her feet, frightened, and reached forward to steady the doctor, but she had already turned away from her to lean upon the decurtained left foot bedpost.
Whew, silly bee. How embarrassing. I nearly had a faint.
Having regained her balance, the doctor turned to smile reassuringly at the princess.
I am perfectly fine, Your Majesty. I just need to stop by the kitchen and help myself to something to eat before I depart. I really must be off to see the king, so it is now or never.
The vexed girl looked hesitantly at the bottle in her hand. After a few patient moments, the doctor sighed briefly and extended the hand with the stopper in it.
No!
The princess said.
I am sorry. I will take it.
She took a shallow breath and raised the bottle to her lips. During its split-second ascent, the doctor unleashed a most pitiful groan. Her eyes bulged in revelation. She leaned in with her outstretched hand and smacked the bottle out of the princess's grasp. Her eyes instinctively turned to follow the amber bottle sail into the wall and explode. When she glanced back at the woman, the princess screamed anew, quick-stepping backwards until she tripped over the contents of her scattered closet, dropping the shard of mirror in her hand. The doctor was doubled over the bed, bulbous eyes bloodshot and watering as she appeared to be trying to eat her hand. In answer of her cry, the guard threw open the door and let out an astonished yelp of his own at the sight. The princess's attentions defensively turned towards the movement, spotted her opening, and took it. Already on the floor, she scrambled around the doctor and sprinted on all fours right between the guard's legs. She didn't try to stop when she ran into the tower wall, but pushed off of it with her aching hands and turned down the stone spiral. She was stalked by the echoing of retching, though the princess could not tell if it was the doctors or the guards. The Swan's Lake. Once upon a time, perhaps 1,000 years ago, on the moonlit banks of this crystalline loch, a selfish, lustful, and powerful druid created the dark art of sapiegation. Sick with the vices of humankind, about as well as within him, the sorcerer sought the ability to exercise his own human spirit and rejoin the forest as one of the animals whom he cherished above all. None of the animals whom he entreated would dare lend him their spirit to become one with the forest, despite how much they might each have respected his commitment to nature. None, that is, save his most faithful and inquisitive of friends, the owl. With the moonlight glistening off their eyes as brightly as off the still waters, the hard-faced bird agreed to join her soul with the druids. Together, bodies and souls intertwined, they became a new race of creature merged through a new form of magic. Both spell and species would have been a secret lost to time had the druid perhaps displaced just a little bit more of their human half. After their blasphemous disrespect for the laws of nature, the druid found themselves friendless, without an animal in all creation that could commune with the quasi-beast abomination. Even the spirits of the lake itself shunned him for sullying their waters with his foul magic. Years of self-induced isolation led the owl sorcerer to, once again, in spite of himself, covet a human. A handsome, well-dressed stranger had become separated from his marauded caravan and hopelessly lost in the terrible forest. When this sable lad collapsed on the shores of the Druid's Lake, he had barely fallen unconscious before the sorcerer decided to keep him for their own. The man awoke from his exhausted state, imprisoned in a barred cage of tightly woven thorns. There the man was kept as a pet, in hopes that his imprisonment and their sole companionship would force his love. It wasn't until a week later that the sorcerer discovered that the object of their desire was really a prince. The overheard whispers of the wood nymphs carried talk of vast hunting parties, bearing royal arms and led by 11 other princes, scouring the breadth of the forest, not in search of game, but of their lost brother. The longer this foraging went on, the more of the forest would succumb to the presence of the human horde. The avian wizard, powerful though they were, could not fight off more than 24 guards at a time, as no other animal would fight alongside them. Yet, predictably, their captive's newly revealed status as royalty only made the human half of the druid desire the beautiful man all the more. Thus, a plan had to be made. When night fell again, the sorcerer took to the air in the disguise of an ordinary owl, and visited each camp of their beloved's 11 brothers, and spirited them all away, back to the secret lake. Against the pleas of the imprisoned prince, the druid churned 13 drops of blood from each of them into the lake, turning the still, moon-silvered waters into a polychromatic whirl. The wizard infused the lake with their evil intention for the second time, to infinitely more profound and permanent result. Slowly and ritualistically dipping the enchantedly slumbering heads of his captive's brothers beneath the gleaming kaleidoscopic waters, the sorcerer drew up 11 limp, feathered necks. The 4 eldest of the princes had become a falcon, a cockerel, a dove, and a jackdaw, respectively. The triplets had become geese. The twins had become rooks. The prisoner's prince's own twin brother had turned into a swan, and the youngest son was now a magpie. The last prince watched all of this, screaming and clawing to escape from the wicker cell of bramble. The owl sorcerer paid him no heed, hurrying to finish the transformations and move on to their true goal. However, after a week of sparsely picked-at meals of shoots, roots, and berries, the prince finally managed to press his maligned profile bloodily through the barbed bars. Such was his intensity to reach his cursed siblings that his final unfreed foot caused the last human prince of the kingdom to trip and stumble headfirst into the supernaturally colored pool. The druid had no sooner reached out to catch the young man when another swan, more beautiful than the rest of the birds, burst out of the water in his stead. The screams of the prince were replaced by the triumphant trumpet of the swan, and joined by the shrill screech of the owl sorcerer. They had not meant to give their prince full animal form as his brothers, but rather to bind his soul with his twin bird by force. In this way, the human would be joined with the sorcerer forever by their similarly abominant form. Now the magician's aspirant lover was escaping skyward on his newly formed wings. However, the Swan Prince managed to kick a palmate full of the enchanted waters right into the face of the owl druid. It stunned them with its brightness more than it hurt or affected the sorcerer. Still, it distracted them just long enough for all 12 of the brother birds to awake from the splash of magic water, take wing, and scatter in all directions. By the brief time their eyes had been wiped clear of the luminescent liquid, the druid was alone once more on the shore of their solitary sanctum. Some forms of the legend say that the sorcerer spent the rest of their days scouring the skies for their most cherished swan. Another says that they forced a black swan to take on and live in the form of their human obsession. The truth is, assuredly, somewhere between the trees, still lost in the forest. The witch had always loved the tragic history of Swan's Lake, although the character of the owl sorcerer had frightened her as a girl. She still smiled to herself when the prince's swipe aroused his brothers to freedom. The witch didn't consider their fate at all a sad one, figuring a life of royalty couldn't possibly compare to one for the birds. It was the ripples of that sorcerer's sapiegation, the dark art of manipulating souls, having lingered throughout time, permeating the water of the lake, that the witch had traveled all this way for. As Familiar drew nearer, the effects of the bewitched waters became more apparent. Hybrids of plants and animals, never before seen in any parts of the world, thrived near this utopian shore. Hummingbirds with dragonfly wings, flowers which croaked and leapt from their bushes, squirrels with bright red heads that hammered walnuts and acorns open with their pointed incisors, algae that swam like schools of minnows, and countless more. Even some of the dryads were so emboldened by the magic, they could actually bend their trunks and branches at their whim. The witch did not need to bid Familiar to stop. He pulled up instinctively onto a stretch of loose sediment far too dainty to merit the name beach. The black stallion lowered his head and began to drink deeply from the magic water, and the witch didn't bother to stop him. His body had been put through so many form-altering and life-extending transformations by the witch that, after several years, his body came to naturally retain the ability to shapeshift. There was little harm the bewitched waters could bring to him. She did, however, stoop to fill a little vial for its added usefulness in the curse. The woman scanned the beautiful banks of the azure lake, hoping a flock of its namesake were nearby, but with no such luck. The heat of the afternoon sun bore down on her, causing her to break out into a sweat. The witch abruptly kicked off her clogs, unbuttoned her cloak, fiercely shook the hat and pin from her hair, threw off her tunic, unlooped her belt, dropped her trousers, and tiptoed into the cold water, before diving in. The woman waved her arms slowly in the gentle, weightless pressure of suspension before thrusting them down, forcing herself back up to the surface. The witch's damp white curls clung to the sides of her face and neck, but she was thankful for their added insulation. Though the sun bathed her from above the shoulders in its afternoon heat, the lake felt every coming bit of winter. Shivering, the witch leaned back until she was floating face up, closed her eyes, and let the light warm her bones. The song of the lake surrounded her, the unique lilt of one-of-a-kind songbirds, the squeaks of composite rodent bugs, the playful splashing of a cherub-faced fish, the affectionate nuzzling of tree branches against each other, along with the flirtatious exchanging of fallen leaves, all ever so slightly deafened by the constant humming tattoo of the tide in her ears. After a few minutes, she dived down again. The witch opened her eyes and was met with dozens of vaguely human outlines, their bodies seemingly comprised of negative space, the same prismatic colors as the waters. The shading signifying their facial features were all beaming widely, and the forms suggesting their arms gestured welcomingly. These were the naiads of Swan's Lake. Although they had an even more ethereal look than their cousins, the dryads, they had a much more friendly attitude towards humans, due to their less rigid and more adaptive natures. The witch joyfully accepted their invitation. Kicking down into the depths of their numbers, the naiads celebrated by taking off, racing laps around the lake and propelling the witch with them. The woman simply floated as the excited rush of the water sprites swung her around, chasing the confused ginger goldfish. By just tilting her arms and shoulders, the witch rode the current, spinning and twisting like a whirlpool, while straining to keep her eyes open and her smiling mouth from swallowing any of the enchanted water. The woman sputtered to the surface, coughing for air between chuckles. When she had caught her breath, she ducked back down again and made a fluid up and down motion with her arms, which the naiads were all too happy to oblige. Half a dozen of the fae gathered beneath the woman and formed a wave, carrying her and the occasional few fish up high above the surface of the lake and sharply cresting downward again. It was such an unusually sporadic view of the gorgeous scenery that she couldn't help but add her own shouts of pleasure to the din of the woods. About the third lap around the pool, the witch spied Familiar, sunbathing on the shore in the shape of a black snake. With a motion to the naiads, she watched as a small wave came crashing down on his dozing head. She choked on her laughter and had to get an assist from one of the naiads to get to her next breath before passing out. Despite all her flaws, that delayed gasp still bore the prolongment of a well-lived life. The witch treaded water happily, having found so much more than a cleanliness of body. What began as an impulse of pleasure became a renewal of spirit. Then, after an hour's swim, a ballet of swans shot like an arrowhead over the trees. The witch admired the variety amongst their ranks, being led by a magnificent silver pen, followed by 6 others representing every shade from snow to coal. Alighting on the still waters, the reflection of their iridescent feathers made their dainty row shimmer in and out of visibility. She got caught up in watching the elegant, ghostly birds delicately preening those flight-ruffled feathers, paddling themselves in long, lazy spirals, and pausing before dipping their long necks under water and returning with a morsel. Snapping out of it, the witch set back to her task, treading her way back to shore. She doubly regretted her forgetfulness now. The charm she had forgotten to recast on herself made nearby animals of all natures attracted and congenial to the witch, even more so than those that had recognized her already were. It made the collection of animal essences much simpler when she could ask their permission and replace any part they gave up. Alas, without the charm's aid, there was little the witch could do to obtain the creature's power humanely. Once she was drying back on shore, the elderly enchantress waved to a school of giggling goldfish with red-headed cherubic faces and chose a well-worn, mostly flat stone with one sharp point. Standing with considerably more difficulty than she lowered herself, the witch picked the morning scab off her right hand's bleeding thumb, wrinkled from swimming, and squeezed out a speck. She began sketching the hieroglyphs on the finger-length stone as best she could recall. The witch then chose her target, the the youngest swan bringing up the rear of the group. That way, even if the stone wasn't spelled exactly right and swung wide, she might hopefully still deliver a fatal shot without hitting multiple birds. She leveled the runestone to her eye, aligned the bird with the stone's point, and split her 4 fingers into pairs of 2, so that her hand resembled a slingshot, with the rock balanced perfectly on her open palm. With a deep breath, the witch whispered to the pebble,
Noodlea Suda.
The rock took off like a bullet, shaking slightly but flying true. The swan barely had time to shriek their surprise when they succumbed to the hole in their heart. The rest of their startled flock lashed at the sky in shock, no time to grieve before they too had faded away like the echoes of their wing beats. Rather than bothering Familiar, the witch took this opportunity to walk around the lake shore to where her clothes had been shed and the birds still floated in growing rings of red. By the time she had reached the side of the bank the swans had landed on, the cloudy silver bird had nearly washed ashore, and she needed only to nudge it closer with her walking staff to retrieve it. The witch lifted it from the water by the neck, the iridescent plumage stained crimson from the slowly bleeding breast.
The longest feather from one of Swan's Lake's own. May thy spirit forgive mine actions,
the woman said sullenly. Grabbing a hold of the feet, the witch tipped the bird over and shook free as much of the blood loose as she could, got dressed, forced the large bird up and over her shoulder, bade the nymphs farewell, and set back for the other side of the lake. She made a whistle for Familiar's attention. With a hiss, the snake became a steed again, and began a restrained, leisurely pace that could only hyperbolically be described as a trot, as if trying to get the old woman back. The witch gave him a friendly swat on the behind that scurried up onto his back. This could only be accomplished by setting the swan onto the ground, and, with some polite coaxing, the witch convinced her companion to pass the dirty bird to her in his mouth. Keeping a hold of the swan and her balance proved trickier than she thought. The witch wished that she had bothered to go after the vine lasso she had spent so much time making. The best way to stay astride meant folding the swan's wings into its chest and holding it tightly like an infant. After the few minutes of struggle, Familiar began the long journey back to the witch's cottage. Luckily, in this position, the woman could hold the deceased bird in one arm, as her free right hand poked through her belt pouches, allowing her to drop her crumb of bread, as she had nearly forgotten to do. She whispered the words to turn it into stone, and with that, the circle between her home and the lake was halfway completed. She had gathered all its necessary components. The curse could now be cast. The palace. Down the tremendous rapt incline, the princess ran as quickly as she could, leaning cautiously against the inner wall with both hands. Golden glints of evening from the window she passed flashed across her face, as if reminding her of what she couldn't possibly forget. She was running out of time. The young girl just knew, without a fraction of uncertainty, that the doctor's poison was meant for her. She lambasted her own naivety. She'd have never even let the doctor uncork the stuff. The princess had to make it back to her father. Somehow she had to convince him that the curse was real, and that if he would just take them to their winter palace in the queen's homeland, they might both still be able to escape from it. Of course, when it came to knowledge of curses, the princess had only the purity of her convictions in which to place her faith. Caught up in thought, the princess didn't even realize she had been slowing until she heard the heavy metallic footfall of the guard gaining on her steadily. The girl nearly tripped over her own foot, trying to take the curve even more sharply, and had to start trotting down the steps 2 at a time just to stay upright. Fortunately, she had reached the last few stairs and the end of the wall before losing her balance and tumbling out into the foyer opposite of where her brother had met his tragic end. The little prince had been long carted away, and the stain of his demise removed, if only from the marble floor. The initial decorations that had so enlightened the girl's heart that morning were now of an ornate splendor so grandiose they seemed to mock her pain and sorrow. While it all seemed callously cruel to her, no one had taken the initiative to tell the servants to cease their preparations. Doing so certainly would not have stopped the bevy of royalty and nobility from showing up, as they had been looking forward to for the past 2 seasons. And thus, the princess pushed herself back to her feet and scrambled towards the grand hall's largest middle staircase, desperately trying to reach the only person she cared about saving, when the guard plucked her up around the waist.
All right, now I gotcha. Back to your room.
Let go of me!
She wailed in protest. The princess kicked and clawed, cursed and bit, but nothing inflicted substantial damage to the guard's heavy plate mail. Anybody still caught in the foyer cast sideways glances up at the raucous princess that they had half heard from the tower room, but did not slow in their final tasks before the guest's arrival.
Father, please! Help me!
The guard flexed his arm around her more tightly to squeeze some of the protests out of her, when the sounds of speeding iron footsteps came racketing down the middle staircase. The charge crescendoed in the tremendous clang of a two-handed wristlock around the guard's free right hand. Before he had time to turn around and take in his attacker, Galahad jerked the guard's arm around his back so fast his knees buckled from the force and the princess was dropped in reaction.
No one treats our princess that way.
While she still stood in shock watching, Galahad turned their head to speak their solemn promise directly to the princess.
Not even I.
The girl lacked the emotional acumen to return her gratitude as well as retain her urgency.
Galahad! Someone poisoned the doctor! I need to see my father at once!
Before they could reply, the guard blurted out,
The king will hear about this. He told you to take her to the tower.
Galahad gripped his arm harder, demanding to know if the doctor was truly poisoned or not.
Yes, for God's sake, get off me!
The doctor just came from the king's bedchambers, so he should still be in there.
Galahad informed the princess. Without waiting, she flung herself around and bolted up the staircase from which the knight had just entered. The princess raced upwards and around a corner, making for her parents' room. The first thing she noticed was that Breeze was missing. In her 12 years of life, the princess could not ever remember the room containing the king to ever have been left unguarded. The horrible dread she had accumulated all day began rising in her stomach once more. She threw her feet down as far and as fast as she could, screaming,
Daddy!
Without even halting to push, the princess threw herself against the foreboding door. To her amazement, they were already slightly ajar, and the girl almost rushed headfirst into the king and the blonde chambermaid he was clutching firmly by the elbows. They both looked startled, as though they had just been fighting, but the sight of them so close soured any relief she felt at her father still being alive.
The doctor has died of poison meant for me!
She screamed it, as much for fear as an attempt to panic the young woman into leaving her alone with her father. Objective achieved. The chambermaid's jaw and arms fell as she scurried around the king and princess, and the door closed quietly behind them. Now that they were together again, the princess latched onto her father's waist, and the tears came slowly pulsing forth again.
What? The king demanded. But I just saw her. Explain yourself.
This was hardly the response that she was hoping for, lifting her head to stare at him as she sniffled and cleared her throat to hastily comply.
She came into my room, offered me some medicine, and after she had a single swallow to prove it was not poison, she died almost instantly. Someone knew what she was going to give me and put something in it, intending to kill me. Please, Father, I am begging you. You must believe me.
Who? The king plainly asked. Who could have known the exact bottle to poison? Who could have put the poison in between the time I drank from it and the time the doctor brought it to you?
The princess did recall the doctor mentioning that, but that left only one logical conclusion.
You placed the curse?
For the love of gods,
An unexpected voice sounded.
are you still on about some curse?
The chambermaid was standing with her back to the closed doors, never having departed. The princess's attentions whipped back to her father, whose face looked no more sullen than it had all day. She tried to pull away, but the king caught her in his arms, spun her around, gagged her with his right arm, bound her with his left, and hoisted her up under his pit.
I wish you would have just taken your medicine.
The princess screamed and sobbed and could barely be heard through the rich fabric of the king's sleeve.
It would have been so much easier on all of us.
Her young adult teeth couldn't supply enough pierce through the cloth to free herself. Her thrashing legs only struck his rear and lower back.
I suppose a fall from a window will be just as tragic, although more conspicuous, being the cause of death for both children.
The princess nearly choked on her tears and mucus. She couldn't believe what she was hearing.
especially when our son performed the deed so perfectly.
The chambermaid spoke, leaning at the waist towards her lover of almost a decade. The serving boy, thought the princess, thinking of the youth with her father's hair, his mother's eyes, and their mutual look of slow, simmering cruelty.
Of course, we'll have to break her neck first. It's a long fall. Far too much time to scream.
The woman spoke with the same regard for the girl as she did the contents of the chamber pot.
Good thinking, my darling. One word in all these years could have been wasted.
The princess tucked her chin until her mouth was under the king's arm and pleaded with him.
Please, Daddy, please do not do this.
He hiked her back up and nearly smothered her.
I am afraid that I do not possess the longevity to keep your mother around on the chance she might sire me a proper heir. Why, if she failed me, my legacy, and my father's, and his father's legacy will all be for the taking of the first rake of a prince to trick you into marrying him. If your mother had not been so damned beloved, then I might just as well have had the dowry of her kingdom, exiled her from it, and married someone who could give me the right color son. But alas, that loveliness is what won the people over to my side, and they are disobedient enough as it is. I cannot risk more insolence for their unhealthy devotion to a woman who barely gave a piss for them.
I don't know, she gave me more than a few,
joked the smirking chambermaid.
And now,
said the king in a revelatory tone. He stepped towards his mistress with his daughter still trundled and barely able to breathe in his armpit.
The tragic and untimely death of my whole family will win me the sympathy of both my kingdoms, and this final successor will be our son.
The chambermaid gave a horrendous snicker and leaned forward again to plant a kiss on her future husband, when the doors exploded open, thrusting her onto the king and knocking her, him, and the princess all onto the floor.
Forgive me, my majesty, but you must.
It was Thalahad standing in the doorway. They had risked execution by ignoring the law forbidding them from entering the royal chambers unannounced, all in the name of adding their support to the princess's claims of foul deeds. It did not take them long at all to be confused by the scene before them. The princess scrambled around the knight's feet as fast as any child has moved on all fours. She couldn't take the risk of Thalahad siding with the king again. As she made it past the doorway, she heard her father shout,
"Go after her, you fool! She's gone mad! She's spouting nonsense! She may hurt someone!"
The princess did not stop to look behind her as she rounded the stairwell and made for the entrance hall for the 5th time that day. Now it was sodden with the burning orange light of dusk, and the Samhain birthday decorations that had delighted her so much that morning looked macabre and foreboding. The princess heard the loud footsteps of Thalahad, the king, and the chambermaid leaving the pack, beginning the descent down the stairs as she finished. She had just enough of a lead on them that she had to keep, but still didn't know where she was running. The princess craned her neck to peek over her shoulder, and when she turned forward again, nearly ran into another one of the castle's laborers, startling the teenage girl.
Oh, begging pardon, miss.
But the princess just shushed her and pivoted towards the fastest route to the stables, the kitchen. There, a back door led to the castle's outer ward, where the livery barn was adjacent to the horse stable. Provided her trio of pursuers did not check that way, she may be able to snag some quick provisions on the way through as well.
She went that way, towards the dining hall.
She heard the girl, Julissa, lie to her pursuers, buying the princess some time. The kitchen was surprisingly empty, as all but one cook was placing the dishes in the banquet hall for the soon arrival of the guests for the annual feast and ball. This cook had a sour disposition, and he didn't seem capable of hiding it.
Hey!
He shouted at the princess as she opened the door.
I know you just brought some food, so keep your paws off into the party. The guests have nearly arrived, and you can wait another hour.
She just stopped, dumbstruck for a second by this moment of normality, when another voice startled her from a storage closet to her right. "I have no idea what you're talking about!" shouted the muffled voice of the serving boy, facing the plate and silverware cupboard, stuffing his mouth with spiced cookies. He gave a difficult dry swallow and turned around to face the princess. The look in her eyes told him that she knew everything. His expression of being caught turned into a thoughtful furrow, as he grabbed a nearby carving knife and tried rushing at her. The The princess, almost twice his age and a good head and a half taller than him, took one side step, hooked her arm in his, swung him all the way around, and threw him back into the corner he'd just left. The serving boy hit the tremendous doored wooden shelves with just enough force to shake piles of metal serviceware crashing down on his head. The princess gasped, forced into taking several steps back as the cauldrons, trays, and plates slid out of the closet, across the floor, and threatened to slip underfoot. The cook screamed.
Why do you have to be messing up my workplace, huh? Don't think just because it's your birthday that the king isn't going to hear about this.
She didn't even have time to process what had happened. She thought she saw the serving boy's feet moving, but she wasn't sure. Then the cook crossed over to where the princess was standing and shouted in her ear,
Go on, get out!
The princess turned to leave when Thalahad, the king, and the chambermaid appeared at the main entrance to the kitchen, drawn by the crashing of silver. She did not turn so much as spin, and ran to the right of the cook. Shooting metal discs with each step, the princess eventually made it over the mess and bolted for the back door, while the angry worker held the king up.
Catch her! What? Am I the royal babysitter now? And who is going to clean up her mess then if I'm off running after her?
Out of my way!
The only way in this kitchen is my way!
The sounds of armored boots banging over the plattery told the princess that Thalahad was the only pursuer making progress, when a loud crash mentioned that they fell. As she rounded the corners to the few stairs leading to the door, the princess saw the chambermaid caught up on the floor again, this time entangled in the night. Her father was busy pushing past the robust cook, and she didn't stay to look a second longer. The princess burst into the fading light, jumped over the small fence surrounding the herb garden, running for the stables, which had been closed up early as the stable hands were all at the side gates, awaiting the arrival of guests and their carriages. She hopped the fence, stood balanced on the top rail, and reached for the lowest ceiling beam, just hoping that the spare key hadn't been moved. At last, a stroke of luck. She retrieved the key, hopped off the gate, and made her way to the stables that always housed her practice gelding. But in his place was an old foal just of riding age for an older child. There was a bow with a tag around his neck. The princess removed them both and read,
Merry birthday! I hope your new friend will be with you for years to come. Love always, your mother.
She wiped a tear from her eye, allowing the young horse to lick it off as it got her scent, then proceeded to saddle him up. The princess had never affixed her own saddle, but managed as she was very attentive. Unfortunately, she heard the kitchen's back door slam open and clatter loudly as her 3 chasers emerged, startling her into unknowingly dropping the stable key. The king shouted at them to split up, that she could not have gotten far. She slipped the bow and tag back around the pony's neck and grabbed her large red riding cloak from off the wall, where it always hung. The princess huddled into as small a ball as she could make herself around the hay in the stall, and threw the cloak in the air so it felt naturally, concealing her. No sooner had she done so than she heard the rattle of someone climbing the gate. She didn't make a sound, desperately wishing whoever it was away. Their footsteps grew nearer as they inspected each stall. When the sounds stopped in front of her stall, the princess held her breath. She heard a metallic creak as they bent over to retrieve the key, and a wooden creak as they leaned between the stall rails and lifted up the fallen cloak. The princess met Thalahad's eyes and let out a silent, mouthed, "Please help me." Thalahad didn't need an explanation to know that this girl they had cared for since she was an infant was in trouble, not deranged. They nodded to the girl, held up the fallen key, and winked, trying to force a smile that was obviously tinged with deep sadness.
She's not in the stable,
Thalahad shouted, then turned and left, sticking the key into the padlock on their way back over the gate. The princess waited a minute, biding her time and catching her breath. When she could no longer hear footsteps, she stood up, wrapped her cloak around her, climbed onto her pony, and trotted him slowly out of the stable. It was almost night, and in the shadow of the castle walls, the dark horse was almost invisible. As she got closer to the sole entrance and heard the sounds of excited partygoers, she pulled her hood up and slipped right past all the guards and servants. Keeping an inconspicuous pace, the princess rounded the castle wall and kept trailing it on the outside to avoid detection from the guards, keeping watch a story over her head. When she reached the end of the queue of carriages blocking the road en route to the castle, she finally guided the eager horse onto the well-worn path and allowed him to let loose and sprint her away from her former home. The Witch's Cottage. The last light of the setting sun was grazing the treetops when the witch again caught sight of her home. The witch dropped her last crumb of bread, turning it into stone, then sauntered off Familiar's back and gave him a tight, thankful hug around the neck. Trundling the oversized bird in her arms, the witch made for the gate, only to have her head violently butted back by her own ward, the shouting sign's grating voice provoking her.
No exception.
Though she had been reminded by every creature she had spoken with, the witch had still never really considered that the ingredients she bore were for a spell that, if cast correctly, would cause her harm. With a groan, she dropped the swan, slapped the plank's magic ink quiet, and stretched the awkward ride out of her spine. With both hands raised above her head, the witch tucked in her thumbs and recited the dispel.
Warding spell, thou meet thy best, the wickedest witch in east or west.
She released each thumb at the mention of the cardinal direction they aligned with. The westerly right thumb, being the thumb bled for the protection charm, is where a dewdrop of white appeared, causing the ward to reappear and shatter. She scooped the swan back up and re-entered her little yard, the rickety old voice of her sign calling about no bleeding clients behind her.
No exception.
The witch curled the fingers on her right hand and the door rose.
Good evening, my fine fae friends,
She called out to her cohabitators. Only the faces of the Rowan siblings, Chrysopelia and Dendrila, appeared over the doorway she walked through, though only nodded at her greeting. The woman laid the swan down heavily at her stone table and removed her cloak and belt, leaving them on her bed. It was just dark enough in the shade of her home for some supplementary light to be necessary. With a few quick snaps and an uttered
Fogu relhim pagu,
the witch emitted white sparks that quickly erupted into 2 blue and yellow flames, proffering her all the light she needed. The witch retrieved her knife from the wall again and swiftly removed the head of the swan, whose silver color had faded to white with its distance from the lake. She proceeded to repeat the Welsh spitting spell that allowed her to set her shadow onto a separate task, and had it pluck yet another bird's body, as she assessed their wings. The ingredient the swan had to offer was its longest feather, which of course had to be found and gathered without magic. This was always the most difficult part of her work, the gathering of those necessary components that had to be taken by force. For minutes, the witch examined each wing carefully, measuring the primaries by eye until she had it eliminated down to 4 options. When plucked and compared, it was obvious that she had at last found the longest feather, which she laid flat on the table. While her shadow finished its job of plucking Familiar's dinner, the woman hobbled over to her stove, reached over it, and brought down the small bottle of solidified rooster tallow she had gathered that morning from the altar. She took a seat on one of the uncomfortable stone stools and gestured the nearest flame lower towards her. The witch held the bottle of tallow over the tiny fire until the contents began to bubble. Unstopping the cork, the witch carefully poured the hot fat over the swan's feather, coating it evenly with her finger. When the one side was completely covered, she picked it up, dried it with a few waves in the air, then finger-painted the other side. Once the white feather was sheening with its layer of dried fat, she wiped her fingers clean on her pants, returned to her altar, and removed the decapitated cockerel's head that was strung up nearby. Turning to her bed, the witch rifled through each pouch on her belt until she found the owl's tawny eye and the vial of water she had brought back from Swan's Lake. She wrenched open the rooster's beak, gently wedging the too large eyeball until it was stuck inside, then set it down, balanced on its severed neck. Picking up the feather adorned with that same cock's fat, the witch forced its quill through the skin at the back of the head, adding a white tail to this macabre talisman, which she placed in the middle of the table, positioning her magic fires on either side. Finally, she fished under her pants to find the scrap of book paper on which the curse was inscribed. Air was the element most in common between the realm of the living and the dead. Thus, an abundance of avian ingredients were required to exchange souls from each place. Smoothing the curse out flat, the witch recounted their ingredients to make sure that they had them all right. cock's crow caught in his throat, filled with half the sight of the most wise of birds, the longest feather from one of Swan's Lake's own, coated in the fed-upon fat of a domestic fowl, a morsel of food made unfit to eat, and the life of the witch who'dst enact this deed. The catalyst of the curse had been crafted. Now all that was left was the unrelated summoning, as she had performed it every year on Samhain. "Well, it seems as though you have made up your mind," Syrinx surprised the witch by putting in a rare appearance and even rarer comment. This nymph had sharp features on her round face, and they were uncharacteristically stuck in the witch's business. Her addressal at all signaled the re-arrival of Dendrula and Chrysopolia, as well as Mayboa and Hegemony, bringing the whole cottage into the conversation.
My God, so she has.
Exclaimed the self-righteous Hegemony.
Just don't forget you agreed to put that page back,
She said a little huffily, disappearing again and pushing the book titled Samhain Sacraments off her branch to emphasize her point with a slam. The witch picked up the fallen tome with a sigh. These quasi-immortals couldn't possibly understand, and there was little point in trying to make them.
I have done enough to repay my debts and show goodness in this world.
She blurt out, all the same, unable to stop herself.
When another witch moves in, I pray you can show her more empathy when she reaches my age than you have shown me.
This elicited a loud, still withdrawn humph from Hegemony. Syrinx obviously had nothing else nice to say, and retreated again as well. The other three dryads watched her curiously prepare her special Samhain brew. The tea sat in a special jar, nestled among her other herbs and spices. The witch retrieved it, all along with a mortar and pestle, and an ancient clay kettle used only specially for rituals, and filled it with water from the nearby bladder. She placed it on the stove's eye, but before lighting it, opened up the door to scoop some of the ashes from this morning into the mortar. She closed the door and lit the stove with the same swift bump of her hip. While she waited for the kettle to boil, she pulled out the stopper in the vial of lake water and emptied all but a few drops into the mortar, mixing the ashes into a fine mud. With this paste, she drew a dark, gray, detailed pentacle on the stone table, centered around the bird talisman. The witch hummed a tune to herself while she worked. Now that her shadow had finished its plucking, she waved her hands along with the melody in her head, which lifted the door and swept the veritable nest of swan's feathers outside. It did not take long for the music to work its way onto her lips, transforming into a whistle, which sounded in synchronicity with the ceramic tea kettle. As she cut the stove, took the kettle off, and began adding the blend of necromantic herbs to her tin mug, the witch could not contain the lyrics any longer.
As the sunlight grows more rare, as the harvest comes to close, as strong leaves pervade the air, and mother makes way for snows, we give thanks for our reaping, and remember loved ones past. Spirits stir from their sleeping, and the veil will shift at last. Most may trick, thou few will treat. Be ye either king or waif. If thou lack means to compete, best don't disguise to stay safe. Sabbaths belong to no one, 'tis the living's and the dead. A blessing that can't be won, a bounty for all instead. Spread the good times and the mirth, yet all the while do take care of all things which roam the earth. Those are not all we should beware.
It was a Samhain carol, older than the villages. She had actually learned it in those youthful years before coming to reside in this cottage, and she still loved singing it every year. It always brought back cathartic memories, but the melody was enchantingly catchy. The witch gave a heavy sigh that almost ended in a smile, until she snapped out of the automated motions of her daily habits.
What am I doing?
She declared in a reprimanding way.
Here I am, pouring tea just for myself.
The witch spun back to the stove and retrieved a second mug, this one of a sandy brown ceramic, not at all matching the dark red kettle. The twin Rowans giggled to each other, a summoning without an offering, just imagine. She filled the second mug with the same herbs, emptied the last of the water from Swan's Lake, placed it across the table from her own mug, and prepared for her own private Samhain service. The witch repeated the song and poured the tea. Then she sang the song again, and took a sip from the mug of tea before her. She stood up, trudged to the other side of the tiny table, singing the tune all the while, and took a sip from the second mug. The witch returned to her original place setting, sang the carol, and took another sip from her cup. Each additional sip was preluded by a repetition of the notes of power until her tea was gone. With only a quick mew for warning, a black cat squeezed between the sturdy black door and Chrysopelia's trunk and alerted the witch to the arrival of her invited guests.
Why, thank you, familiar. The rest of the night is yours. Festive Samhain.
She brushed the swan's body to the floor in front of the cat.
Trick or treat.
The feline rubbed his body hard against the witch's leg, grabbed the headless, wingless bird by the scruff, then took off a bit haughtily, the same way he made all his exits. The woman took a deep sigh, rose to her feet, removed a thin black veil from one of the pockets of her once red cloak, draped the enchanted silk carefully over her head, and replaced her hat. Now the witch was ready to see and help whoever lied beyond the door. The village. The winding road remained remarkably visible in the deepening twilight, even before the princess and her steed spotted the village on the edge of the forest glowing on the horizon. Steadily, the well-trodden path straightened out and became dotted with the macabre heads of demons and fairies, monsters and victims. They were carved from turnips and gourds, raised on stakes, and internally burning with candlelight, which turned their root a golden orange. When she had reached the part of the inhabited wilderness where the houses grew more thickly entwined, the princess was drawn into the boisterous ambiance of the tremendous bonfire taking place in the commons. Children in burlap, wooden, and leather masks chased each other, played games, and in general raised one hell of a hullabaloo. All the adults present, also in disguise, were enjoying themselves too much to care. A merry band of obviously amateur musicians were leading most of the villagers within earshot in a rousing chorus, complete with a boisterous abundance of hand-clapping and foot-stamping. None of the stores or stalls appeared to be in business, but that didn't matter tonight. Plenty enough to eat and drink for all was laid out to be shared free of charge. A separate table boasted the most elaborate treats to be won as prizes. The princess raised her too large, blood-red hood far over her head to avoid identification as she hopped off her pony and approached the table with a long, picked-over potluck. She gave her horse an apple, then began stuffing her cheeks with one hand and filling her pockets with the other, when a skull leapt up from behind the cloth draped over the opposite side of the table, looming over her.
Festive Samhain!
The spectre exclaimed maniacally, frightening a shriek out of the unsuspecting girl. He began snickering at his unclever prank, so the princess flung the half-eaten pie in her hand straight in the fellow's face. After a stunned half a second, the villager's snicker became a rollicking laugh as he removed his mask to scrape it clean of pie.
All right, I deserve that. That is quite an arm you got there,
he said festively.
Say,
he added in stern jestfulness as he affixed his mask on top of his rosy ebony head.
What are you supposed to be?
What I am, sir, is cursed.
The princess replied drolly and forlornly, fighting back the lump in her throat that was attempting to summon the tears.
Oh, eh?
The villager belched, staring focusedly.
That's one of a thinker, isn't it? Just so long as it fools the spirit, I suppose, eh?
It was only then that she realized this inebriated adult was referring to the vestments of her escape, as if they were a Samhain costume. She decided the plain crimson cloak was as good a disguise from her typical royal wardrobe as she would have been able to find in her own stables. A bit annoyed, the princess mumbled her polite agreement and turned to depart from the man and the village forever, when he jokingly added,
"Now, if you are wanting to break the curse, you could always visit the witch."
This piqued the princess's interest. She snapped back mid-motion and inquisited,
There's a witch in this village?
No, of course not. I mean the Witch of the Woods. You aren't from around here, are you?
The princess felt a slight flush of panic, trying to regain control of the conversation while diverting suspicions.
No, I am not. Can you tell me which way I could find the Witch of the Woods?
I would not dream of sending a child into the woods at night. Least of all tonight, when the spirits walk the earth.
Please, sir, I am begging you. I need her help to avenge my family.
She hadn't a thing on her to bribe the villager with for his assistance, until the twinkling of the large golden ring still on her thumb caught her eye. She removed it with disgust, moved around the end of the table between them, and pressed it gladly into the man's open hand.
This is all I have, and it is yours if you will just tell me how to find the witch.
After a brief scrutinization, the empathetic adult recognized her urgent distress and resolve. With barely a glance at it, he pressed the ring back into the princess's hand.
Follow the path leading into the woods as far as left as the road will travel. If you follow that sole instruction, when you begin to believe you're lost, then you have almost certainly reached the home of Bambayanya, the Witch of the Woods.
Oh, thank you so very much.
The princess replied, the happiest she had sounded in over half a day.
You would be doing me a favor if you relieved me of that.
She added, pushing the ring back into his possession, and spun on her heels again to jump onto her pony's back.
You're very welcome, but wait until morning, please. It will do you no good to visit her tonight,
he added helpfully, examining the ring in the firelight.
I have a feeling that the witch will see me,
the princess said, when a sharp breeze blew her hood down, billowing her frazzled curls as she pointed her steed in their destination's direction.
Now hold on,
the merrymaker said, dumbfounded, stepping in front of the young woman and her horse, blocking their path.
This is the king's seal. Where in the blazes did you get...
he began, but was cut off mid-sentence as he looked again upon the young woman, and at last saw the face of their beloved princess staring back.
Your king is a murderer,
she spat detestably. The princess bade the pony barrel past him and sped off into the enchanted woods, disappearing amongst the night's shadows. Minutes of bright twilight bled into hours of deep dark dusk as the princess led her sole companion ever leftward. There was nothing to distract her from the traumas of the day as she reflected on the horrors committed to her mother, her brother, their doctor, and herself. That hot, heaving pain and sadness slowly consumed her insides like crackling embers until there was nothing else left. Then the hollow kiln within her chest transmuted that all-consuming fire into cold, stony acrimony, diamond-hard and glittering fiendishly in the autumn chill of the moonlit road. Even as she had said it to the stranger in the village, the princess was more and more resolutely convinced that any curse upon her family was the king's own unintentional, malicious invocation. Whether her hypothesis was true or not became of less and less importance, as her expectations and desires smoldered coldly inside. In fact, she even secretly wished that there was no curse to break, that instead she would entreat the witch to appropriately punish her tormentors. A curse of vengeance. These thoughts sustained the young woman, almost warmed her again as she rode onward. She found her ruminations on revenge turning to curiosity about what this witch of the woods would be like. The princess imagined a crooked, warty old woman with a pointed hat and hooked nose, and flesh-rending teeth of iron. She thought about the best way to relate her story so that this monstrous witch would feel that there was no choice but to acquiesce to the princess's request for help. Trying as hard as possible to make it sound pleading only hardened her already gem-like resolve. Eventually, the road the princess and her horse trod went from well-traveled to barely ridden. The earth beneath the horse's feet didn't seem like any sort of path at all, yet the trees themselves seemed to part their branches just wide and tall enough for one adult on horseback. If her mission had not been of the utmost importance to the princess, she would have turned back. However, she was certain that she was already lost, and as such, felt that she may as well continue trusting in the advice of that drunken stranger to help see herself through. No sooner had she given herself over to the ritual, than, like emerging from highway hypnosis, she turned a crook in the path that opened into a clearing, in sight of what must clearly be her destination. There sat 3 interwoven fir trees, in the midst of a raised circle of human bones. Perched on one of the skull posts was a raven, who cawed a greeting, or an alarm, before flapping to the ground and landing as a black cat. Only a witch could live here. The cat streaked inside the residence, where lights flickered within. A shadow was chanting an unintelligible melody inside, but it stopped when the cat wormed their way under the main door. The princess was so intrigued she didn't even notice that she had already slipped off her pony and was approaching the cottage.
No bleeding clients! No exceptions!
Screamed a haggard voice, startling the young woman into dropping to her knees and covering her head with her arms. That morning she might have screamed, but now found her eyes scanning side to side to identify the location of the stranger. The shriek emanated from a sign that, even if the princess had seen, was at the wrong angle to be read in the darkness. It had nothing further to say, so, interpreting the conditions literally, the princess stood slowly back up and inched onward, making sure to tuck her bandaged hand beneath her blood-red cape. Peeking as best she could between the thicket, the princess could hardly make out the interior of the residence. The dark shape was holding an almost inaudible conversation, presumably with the feline. The resident certainly sounded the way the princess imagined they would. No sooner had the witch finished speaking than the bottom of the door flew up and the black cat tore out, as quick as they'd entered, dragging a grotesque kind of corpse in its maw past the princess's feet and enlarged to the form of a panther, before vanishing into the copse. Before the princess had returned her sights to the cottage, her shadow appeared before her, drowned in twinkling firelights. She turned around to gaze upon the witch, her faceless, veiled head and strawberry blonde cloak not at all as the princess had imagined her looking. They stood in stunned silence for a second before the elder woman broke it.
I have been awaiting your visit for 60 years, so it may come as a surprise that I had no idea you would be you.
The imploration that the princess had been preparing the whole ride long was being kept tightly locked behind her confused expression. She didn't know quite what to make of either half of that revelation.
Yes, well, I suppose that even princesses are occasionally subject to curses now and again, or so I have heard.
At this, the woman let loose an unrelenting, wholehearted laugh, which turned, less than it broke, into a cackle like an aftershock following an earthquake. The princess's look of confusion quickly morphed into infuriated duress, but before she could reprimand the elder woman, the witch stepped to one side and entreated.
Yes! And they can even petition them. Now come in, my child, and have some tea. We have much to discuss before we have any further talk of curses.
The witch's cottage. The princess took a step under the lifted wooden door, then thought to look over her shoulder to make sure her pony would be all right, but he was nowhere to be seen. She stopped to turn around when the witch plainly said,
He will be all right, I assure you.
Unassuaged, the princess stopped and stammered back.
You do not understand. He was a gift from my Wait, how did you know he was a cult?
There is little that I do not have at least passing knowledge of,
the witch answered, face still hidden unsettlingly behind her veil.
but that is for there, not here. I need to hear what you came for in your own words.
She motioned back inside to the sole room of her tiny apartment.
Why? Is that something you do not know?
The princess queried in a challenging tone.
I had dreamt it once and forgotten it in all these decades I've been expecting you, but now I'm not so certain I ever forgot.
The feeling of unease that the princess felt upon arrival was only worsening thanks to this cryptic hermit. She might have left right then if she had anywhere else to go, or felt she had anything left to lose.
Well,
the old woman inquired. Once she crossed the rowan threshold, the book-laden limbs of the fir trees grew pale green faces as the dryads popped out to get a peek at this much-anticipated visitor. Without otherwise addressing the princess, all the nymphs set about whispering in tree-speak, which is indiscernible from the wind and the leaves. Dendrola and Chrysopolia in particular startled the girl, rustling over her head where she had not seen them. The child clearly didn't know what to think, so thankfully the witch took charge. Allowing the door to fall once more, the witch stood shoulder to shoulder with the princess and addressed the room.
this is our especial guest of honor, and as you can see, she and I have much to discuss. So forgive me if I forego introductions at this time.
That did nothing to silence the tree-speak, but as long as they kept it to a mild murmur, the witch and the princess would get along fine. The latter politely waited for the former to scuffle about her and retrieve a hand-held honey pot before taking her seat in synchronicity with her host.
Help yourself,
the witch remarked, passing the sweetener across the table over the ashen pentacle and chimera of bird parts.
No, thank you,
the princess said politely. She gave the grotesque talisman a disturbed look.
I'm surprisingly unthirsty.
A knowing came from behind the black veil as the witch set the honey to the side.
Yes, it is not advisable to accept things from strangers, especially ones who claim they have been expecting you. Have you always been so very wise for your age, or has the day aged you so? You are 12, I presume.
To the day, ma'am.
The princess answered in shock.
And a most horrid day it has been, too.
All the pain that had been suppressed came welling up again, and the princess was suddenly fighting off tears for the umpteenth time that day.
Start from the beginning. Tell me everything.
The princess nodded, collecting her thoughts for a moment.
I wish I knew exactly when all of this began, but my trials all started this morning. When I went to awake my parents, I found my mother was dead. Killed. Well, my
she began, the word catching in her throat.
The king hardly seemed surprised. He told me that she had been sick for some time, but I never saw any signs. Soon thereafter, my little brother fell mysteriously down the tower staircase to his demise. It was then that I truly began to suspect that my family was under some curse. Does it sound that way to you?
The witch didn't move her head.
It is possible, but there are too many curses in this world to be certain.
That was not all, though. When I said how scared I was, the king locked me away in my room. At length, the doctor that the king had sent for arrived, and after meeting with him, was soon poisoned by her own medicine that she had meant for me.
Oh my,
the witch said, almost passively, pouring the dregs of the princess's mug out and pouring herself and her guest another mug of tea from the kettle.
And what did you do next?
I ran straight to the king, expecting the curse to have already taken him, but...
Yes, go on.
The witch pulled the honey wand from the pot, dipping it into her cup and stirring lightly before bringing it to the space where her mouth would be and blowing lightly on it, forming a beak of her veil. This was followed by her bringing it under the silk and giving a loud sip through her wrinkled lips.
But he wasn't dead. He was in the arms of his mistress, celebrating the death of our family, his family. When I discovered them together and he realized that the doctor failed to deliver the poison he had hidden, the king tried to throw me from his window. So I ran away to the village and a kindly drunkard told me how to find you.
After exhausting her tongue and receiving a freshly poured cup, the princess paused to sip the tea. It smelled delightfully of strong spices. Without any sweetener, it was bitterly earthy, but it somehow seemed to soothe her soul. So the honey pot continued going untouched by the girl.
Now that you know my story, will you please help me to avenge my mother and brother?
From under her veil, the witch gave a knowing sideways glance at the magical talisman she had spent all day gathering and assembling, unbeknownst to the princess.
All is as should be. Tell me, what kind of vengeance did you have in mind, girl?
The princess did not hesitate.
A curse, of course! One that would take the lives of the king, the chambermaid, and the serving boy and give them back to the ones they murdered. You might say that is vengeance, but I say this is avenging not only them, but all that justice entails.
At this, the witch could not suppress a laugh.
And tell me, my princess, what is it that you know of justice? What does the word justice mean to you? You who were raised to cut above the masses, to rule over peasants by right of birth? Do you believe the king has shown your family any less empathy than he has shown to his own people? Those he taxes to the point of starvation, only to forcibly conscript their children for warfare?
The princess was indignant. She had never before been spoken to this way, and was about to retaliate, when the words struck a ring of truth within her, causing her to ponder them deeply half a minute.
Madam Witch,
She began cautiously.
I did not come to you to take the kingdom for myself, or even for the queen. I may have been born into a position of power, but I would gladly tear down the palace walls, melt down the family crowns, and throw open the royal coffers if it would purchase payback against my father, his mistress, and their bastard. Just name your price and you shall have it once the curse is cast.
The witch was grinning wickedly, but her veil was expressionless.
And you are willing to invoke dark arts to achieve this goal?
You have my word. I would seek out the vilest jinn and sell them my soul if I could not entreat your help.
This statement caused a silence to fall suddenly on the conversation, like a stone. The witch lifted her mug to her veil for a drink, and the princess found herself doing the same in synchronicity. At least she got a small peek at the lady's teeth, which were far too yellowed to be anything other than old bone.
Just as I thought.
The witch replied solemnly.
Then I am afraid I feel beholden for your sake to help you.
The princess nearly dropped her cup in relief.
Oh, ma'am, thank you! Thank you truly! Is there anything I can do to help? What payment would you find fitting?
The witch sighed deeply.
It is not so simple. I said I felt beholden to help you, but I cannot cast the curse you ask.
Well, why not?
The princess asked, with the pained, practiced whine of the spoiled child she had been just that morning leaking towards the surface.
I already said I would give you whatever you ask. I will collect everything you need. I can return another night when you are prepared. Please, just tell me why you will not help me. I deserve an answer at least.
Take a deep breath. Have another sip.
The witch pleaded, more kind than she had sounded all night, then continued forlornly.
I did not say I would not help you, but that I could not.
But the princess cut her off.
But why? What kind of witch are you? If there is such a curse, why can you not cast it?
I cannot help you achieve your vengeance because the ones you seek vengeance against, their chambermaid, the serving boy, the king, have long been dead.
The curse. The princess sat staring in disbelief. The tree-speak above them rose to the volume of a new gale as her breath grew heavy and heaving until she was hyperventilating.
I know this is a bit of a shock.
The witch began, causing the princess to panic further.
A shock? What are you talking about? It cannot be. They chased me from the palace just a few hours ago. How can you know this?
The witch sighed.
I did warn you. We had much to discuss.
The witch whispered, almost apologetically. She stood slowly, turning her back to the princess, returning to the altar above her enchanted stove, as she told her the end of their own tragic history. The village, Samhain night, 60 years ago. The inebriated villager stood there in shock, holding the ring of the royal family, watching what he was convinced was the spirit of their princess streaking into the forest, while he contemplated her cryptic words. A woman in a leather eye mask with curved horns stumbled up to the food table and elbowed the skull-faced man a little too hard in the ribs.
How's it going, Sea Drunk? You alright? You look like you seen a ghost.
She inquired, chuckling a bit too much.
I would swear my life on it.
Cedric replied soberly.
Sure as I live and breathe, the ghost of that princess just rode into town on a black horse and told me her family needs avenging and that the king was a murderer.
The man didn't realize how loudly he was speaking, or perhaps it seemed all the louder as the band was taking a breath between songs. The only other sound on the air was the far-off approach of hoofbeats. At least a dozen adults heard this exclamation and were staring at him with a myriad of expressions ranging from shock, terror, bemusement, and disgust. The horned woman snorted and slapped Cedric on the back.
That's a good one. I didn't know you could spin a yarn like that.
The eavesdropping villagers who were less sauced, however, seemed unconvinced. Upon noticing the size of his audience, the villager continued emphatically, addressing all who would listen.
I'm telling you it's true!
He cried out as the sound of the traveler on horseback grew louder, then quieter as they slowed.
The spirit of the princess forsook a mortal rest, crossed the veil and sought us out to accuse the king of murder. We have to do something.
Half of the crowd was beginning to wane from him when a strong voice rose up in his defense.
What he says is true,
called the doctor, rolling weakly off her horse. A few men rushed to her side, but she politely brushed them off.
The king summoned me to the palace to declare the queen deceased. When I arrived, the young prince seemed to have died from a fall. When I met with the king, he asked me for a dose of my personal calmative tonic, discreetly poisoned it, and insisted I give it to the princess. If I had not tried it myself, I would have been the chosen assassin. The princess escaped from her room, while I exhumed the poison. But by the time I recovered, the word was that she was dead. I can only assume that the king had her killed as well. He even refused to let my carriage leave, and I had to sneak out on a single horse.
The chatter of disbelief thinned into the quiet hiss of public appall.
What evidence do you offer?
Came a voice from the crowd. Without hesitation, Cedric lifted the king's birthday gift to the princess to the night sky. Only the nearest people had to glimpse at what it was for the whispers to ripple and become a throng of outrage.
Too long have we allowed this tyrant to hide his cruelty behind the mask of his beautiful family,
Cedric shouted, emphasizing with the ring. The crowd shouted its agreement.
He has hoarded our children, our crops, and our livestock while taxing us into poverty. We owe it to the princess, the queen, and to each other to end the king's malicious rule.
The response was deafening now, as the party made for all the weapons at their disposal. The pitchforks, ropes, sickles, hammers, torches, bows, and arrows. Cedric found his mother and instructed her, along with the rest of the citizens too frail to make the journey and fight, to round up all the children and to keep them safe. He prayed that they would have good news to send by morning.
The revolution was a success.
The witch concluded.
The guards did not hear the people approaching over the sound of the party, By the time the villagers had surrounded the courtyard, it was too late to fight them off. Only the servants of the royal guests and the members of the palace guard who joined the people were spared. In fact, it was our friend Galahad who encouraged the defection and opened the gates. They even traveled south with some of the guards, ridding the their country of the king's colonies.
But how can all of that have happened 60 years ago? And how do you know Galahad?
The princess seemed as distraught as ever, yet even more overwhelmed. In response, the witch silently picked up a dust-covered trinket that unfolded and expanded to reveal itself to be a necklace of 12 thin, carved wooden tokens strung together and turned back around. The princess caught sight of the very necklace she was wearing, the necklace she would have sworn she had received that morning, carved by Galahad. Only the light beech wood was now a dark, aged brown, showing every one of 60 years. It hung from the fingers on the witch's right hand, which bore a white scar, the length and placement of the girl's own wound.
I don't understand.
The dryads noticed before I did, actually, before I even opened the door tonight. That is what they were breathing about.
The witch pulled the necklace around her hidden neck and tied the strings together. Then she removed her hat pin, lifted her hat, and allowed the black silk veil to fall from her face. The princess looked onto the same light brown eyes, a little clouded and pillowed by wrinkles, but the same exact eyes.
You are... I am...
Yes, child. It is true. You are me, and I am you.
Even as the witch said it, the princess also recognized the strawberry blonde cape that the witch wore to be identical to the crimson new one she wore, though sun-faded by decades.
But how?
You have heard the riddle of the Sphinx.
The witch did not ask so much as told.
Of course. What creature walks on 4 feet in the morning, 2 feet at midday, and 3 feet at dusk? The answer is humans.
Ah, but are each of these the same creature?
The witch posited.
The child, the adult, and the elder? They may know some of the same things, recall similar occurrences, the way we all recall the history we have been taught. But do they see things the same way? Experience events the same way? Do they consider consequences, maintain priorities, or even react the same way they did or will do when faced with the exact same situations? Of course not. They cannot, for they are different people, all living their lives in one body, the many in one. Some can live their whole lives as one person, but that is a rare and happy soul indeed. As far as you and I are concerned, the child in me died the day of my 12th birthday and the day I was born. If I did not know that already, here you are as proof.
What do you mean the child in you died? I am not dead! I just left the village hours ago.
The ride here was the last thing you remember because it was the last moment of your life. The last faltering moment of our childhood. Do you recall how you burned with hatred? How you cared for nothing but revenge? That was your death and my birth.
The princess sat stupefied.
I do not believe it,
was all she could muster, tears coming to her eyes.
Killed by my own hatred?
If left unchallenged, the power of our hatred can become too strong for our bodies. Not a physical death, but the death of your spirit, all the same.
You mean to say that the torment rained upon me does not justify my hatred?
The princess said through gritted teeth and quivering jaw.
Of course not. Your emotions are not for the justification of others. However, to rely so heavily upon one's anger to survive, you have to become a different, more guarded person. Consequently, to give over to it entirely as we did,
The witch corrected herself.
the part of me that was you died. And the same hatred that killed you kept your spirit from finding rest.
The princess sat in stunned silence, allowing a single tear to slowly flow down her face, drip off her chin, strike the stone table, and instantly disappear.
So, why now? What am I doing here 60 years after my death? Especially if you cannot help us.
The girl's bitterness could not hide her profound weariness.
When we first set out for this cottage 60 years ago, we had a vision of this meeting taking place between us. We were coming to meet the witch of the woods that the villagers knew, Bambayanya, who lived in this cottage before us. When we arrived the first time, the witch had already flown south and bequeathed the property to us. When we fell asleep that night, we had a dream that was the vision of you and I meeting tonight. You see, every Samhain, I work for the spirits of those who cross over, trying to help finish their business here on our plane. I perform the same summoning ritual every year, and to be honest, I had no true way of knowing which year you would come, all except for the feeling I woke up with this morning. I guess that could have been you inside of me. Or perhaps you were waiting all these years for me to be the one ready for you.
The witch sighed, not knowing what else to say.
Through the distortion of dreams, as I said, it never occurred to me that the girl I meant to help would be you. Me. Us.
Now the witch was fighting back tears.
Or that your curse would do you no good.
The princess sat still, trying to soak it all in. The story, the paradox, the elder doppelganger, mimicking her own heartbroken, tear-stained visage. The poison resentment that had been welling up all day felt as if it had been spilt right as she was going for the dosing. Instead of being relieved of it, the princess still owned this resentment, but now it stained and scarred her hands, a humiliating symbol of its ineffectual indelibility. The wrongs against her still freshly seared her innards, though they were avenged decades ago.
What about our mother and brother?
She finally thought to ask.
Have you seen them at all these many years?
The witch wiped her eyes and nose on the sleeve of her shirt, and when she withdrew her arm, her mouth held a crooked, toothy grin.
The very next Samhain, they came to visit us here in the woods.
The princess's eyes bugged, and she couldn't wait for the witch to continue.
Can I see them tonight?
The witch's face drooped once more.
I'm afraid their spirits are at rest once and for all. Only spirits with unfinished business are drawn across the veil between the lands of the living and dead.
The princess didn't seem fazed.
Then you can put my spirit to rest, can you not?
The witch hesitated a second too long for the princess not to arrive at the conclusion herself.
Though living and dead, respectively, my soul and yours are inexorably linked. Even if I could put rest to your malice, as long as I live, you will have business on this plane. How can I put my hate to rest when it seems to be all that is sustaining me?
The princess wasn't shouting or crying anymore. She was just a 12-year-old girl who didn't understand why she was being made to suffer further.
I can remember all the happiness I felt before, but all I can feel anymore is anger. If I am the spirit of our childhood, as you say, then why is it that I feel so old?
The witch had no answers or at least none prepared.
I cannot say why you are still hunted this way.
Suddenly, as if remembering something important, she blurted out,
Though I have misinterpreted or misremembered my vision of tonight, perhaps I have prepared the correct curse after all.
The elderly woman began ruffling distractedly through the pouched belt around her waist, and the princess couldn't stand the unnaturally sweltering room. She stood up and turned in a swift movement, kicking against the bottom of the bark door, then pulling on the top to shuffle awkwardly outside. The night was serene and mirrored none of the turmoil within the spirit of the princess. Not even the autumn breeze, whisking unfulfilled promises of every invisible ghost in the cold of every billow, could not ruin the ambiance set by the moonlight. It was not the closeness of the witch's cottage, as the princess had thought. She could physically feel the chilly wind, but within she felt ablaze with smoke and steam, dried out while dripping with brackish condensation. The witch continued scuffling about for a few moments later, but it could have been days to the princess. She stood with her back to the home of her elder self, watching her breath fog in the air, and couldn't come up with a single comprehensive thought on her situation. The princess tried to understand how she had gotten here, how the events that she knew about fit in with the ones she had just heard about, while still struggling with how the breath she was seeing would be gone with the dawn.
Wait, come back!
Cried the witch, when the sudden rise of the bark door smacked the princess hard on the rump.
Whoops! I thought you had gone.
The elder said, as the princess stepped forward to allow the witch to hunch under the door. She placed a gentle hand on the princess's shoulder.
I cannot promise you that what I am about to try will work, but the worst that might happen is you will have some company in your unrest.
The princess looked at her own eyes, deep set in the aged face, and was going to ask her what she meant, when the witch read her mind.
Shh,
she said, removing her hand from her shoulder.
We will both know in time. Go to the fence post,
she said, pointing,
and bring me back the pebble at its base. That is as round and as roughened as a walnut. You will know when you have found the right one.
With a sigh, the princess set off on her task for want of anything better to do. It took a minute of weeding, but when the girl picked the tiny stone up between her fingers, it began to glow a brilliant sunrise orange. A second later, the princess spotted another rock less than half a mile up the road flare into brilliance, startling a doe who took off towards the village. Before she turned back for the cottage, another stone, further from the fence than the first, then closer than the second, twinkled into a minute star.
There! The link is charged. We must work fast.
The witch called out to the spellbound spirit as the stones marking the way homeward alit. The princess obeyed unquestioningly and briskly returned, stone cupped in one hand and covered in the other, unsure if it was possible to preserve the magic from escaping. The witch returned to her seat at the table, as the princess did the same, and the former allowed the door to close gently behind them. An ancient page was now lying spread out on the table before the elder woman's seat.
Now, place the stone inside your mouth, but don't swallow.
Though odd, the stone was not hot, and the idea itself did not disturb the princess much, but all the same, she was through with obeying nonsensical commands, even from herself.
But why? You told me that there was no one left I saw vengeance against, to whom we could give their life back to another.
The princess could see a stern reprimand forming in the mind of the witch, but the look that the former returned to the latter was recognized as one of unfathomable stubbornness. The elder lady knew it would do no good to wage a battle of wills against a spirit.
That is true,
the witch said.
While we may not have a life you seek vengeance against, we do have the life of a murderer to restore yours.
The girl's eyes widened curiously at this odd statement. As if in answer, she said,
The fundamental reasons why very few souls can master magic is the strict discipline required. By proxy of this, the second and more important is sacrifice.
The witch reached across the table to place a hand upon those of the princess, still clutching the magic pebble.
Can you trust me? I do trust you, for some unexplainable reason.
The princess began.
But I am also afraid. Good, so am I.
The witch grinned pleasantly.
Fear does not get any less frightening just because you grow up. The only trick to being an adult is knowing when to listen to your fears. Fear keeps one cautious, and all crafts should be practiced in caution.
The witch lifted her hands, palms up, gesturing towards the mouth of her younger spirit. Hesitatingly, the princess pushed the cool ember into her mouth, giving her cheeks a supernaturally rosy glow. The witch opened the back cover of the book and realigned the page she had ripped from it with the binding. She ran her index finger down the length where they met and whispered a few syllables, resulting in the parchment resuturing itself to the spine of the spellbook. Carefully the witch turned the page over and began to chant.
As the call of the cock awakens the sun, we conjure the power to see justice done. Like a fowl whose life was given to feed, blood is the seal that compacts our dark creed. The longest feather from swan's lake sown restores one life and all they have known. Just half of the sight from the most wise of birds shall pierce the veil and lend power to these words. From a crime of sustenance now denied of its aim, revert, force the living and dead do the same.
On the last syllable, the captured crow escaped from the neck of the decapitated rooster on the table. The slightly iridescent swan feather burst into acrid-smelling flames, and the bird's beak began closing and opening rapidly, the owl eye inside spinning, seeming to stare back and forth from the princess to the witch. The witch repeated the incantation. By the end of the first repetition, the feather was still burning without shriveling at all, while the smoke began to haze the small dwelling. The head gave another waking shrill, but it could hardly be heard over the fierce clacking of its beak. The eye was nearly squished, yet spinning faster and faster. The princess hadn't even noticed, but the stone resting on her tongue had been growing more and more warm, until, by the time the witch was taking in breath for the third and final recitation, the girl was intaking and exhaling breath fitfully, while whimpering pitifully from the burning pain. The witch grabbed her hand through the smokescreen in solidarity and rushed the reading as much as she could.
Revert! Force the living and dead do the same.
The cock crowed his last as his beak closed for good, crushing the eye into viscera. The adorning feather, all at once, burned and cindered into smoldering nothingness. The burning coal that was inside the princess's mouth suddenly transformed to become cold, stale rye bread again, and the pain she felt was vanished. In her surprise, though, she inhaled the crumb and coughed wildly until it came back up. Then, when she took stock of the rest of her, she found that she indeed felt different. Her joints felt worn, the hair that stalked around her shoulders was iron gray, her hands were bent and wrinkled, and she was dressed in the same worn attire as the witch. She rubbed her hands across her newly wrinkled face and did not need a looking glass to see that the visage of the witch was the one she too now wore.
What have you done to me?
The princess croaked in the old hag's voice. As the smoke dissipated further, the princess saw not only that she was now seated across from where she had been sat down, but also that the witch had disappeared altogether. No, not altogether. She could still feel the witch here, in the body that had given her spirit to allow the princess to inhabit. It wasn't just the age in the woman's flesh, it was her wisdom, her experience within her head as well. Not a presence or a voice even, so much as an instinct, reminding her of things she had forgotten, like the names of the 5 dryad faces examining her intently. Hegemony's gasp broke the silence.
Princess Fair?
It is me!
The woman cut her off, tears swelling anew. The tree spirits took on expressions ranging from astonishment to affront. Being surrounded by all the dryads caused a sense of déjà vu, which sparked a realization in the woman.
I never met with Bamba Yanya, did I? When I first came to this place 60 years ago as a princess?
Most of the nymphs just shook their head in confirmation. while it was Stony Syrinx who volunteered that the trees passed on the handwritten note from the former witch herself, before offering her up the Grimoire of Deeds, as was tradition, to add her name to, or reject. Was it possible that her prophetic dream had not been the girl's first vision of the future? Indeed, the more she pondered it, the more it began to make sense to the princess witch. 60 years ago, on the road from the village, the princess experienced her real premonition of this night, when the princess's spirit would at last meet face to face with the witch. It seemed so real that when she arrived at the already empty cottage, she truly believed that she had just spoken to its inhabitant, Bambayanya. That night, when the princess entered the pact with the witches of the past, she dreamt the same premonition that she had already had, this time from outside her own vantage point. At that angle, the vague, uncanny distortion of dreams disguised the vision's true meaning from her exhausted, adolescent mind, while impacting itself firmly in her memory for when she would be ready for it. After the initial mind-racking bewilderment wore off, the Princess Witch noticed something else different about herself. Her hatred was absolved. Every thought of her father's evil deeds were granted intrinsic solace from the witch's knowledge of the way the events had unfolded over the past 60 years. Thalahad's campaign to liberate their homeland, Celine's generation of villagers overthrowing the king, and the next establishing classless prosperity that just hearing about before would have only warranted indifference. It was like experiencing a life-ending wound that had scarred over in an instant, yet only through the reflection and understanding that comes with years' worth of healing. She couldn't help it. She let out a sniffle. That became a suppressed chortle. It escaped her mouth as a giggle, before erupting into a rollicking fit of full-bodied laughter. She hugged her unfamiliar yet comfortable, lived-in body, appreciating every bulge and fold. For the first time in over 6 decades, the Princess Witch, who manually changed her name in the Grimoire of Deeds to Farisha, felt the good-natured spirit of the 12-year-old girl that she had been before she ever had reason to seek out a curse. The end. Hello everyone! If you've made it to the end of this audio drama, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you enjoyed this story, you could email me for a free digital copy of this and other of my works. If you really enjoyed it, you can give me a tip on Ko-Fi under my name, Philomena Ode. A like is always deeply appreciated, and if you enjoy various genres of fiction, you may want to subscribe because I've got more works coming soon. Alright, now that the self-plug is out of the way, on to the real stars, the cast. I owe a huge debt of gratitude to the vocal talents of these amazing folks. T.C. McKinney as Thalahad, Dendrila, and the Little Prince. Robin L. Maiden as the Queen. You can find her on her Instagram at _Robin L. Rachel Marshall as the Chambermaid and the Doctor. You can find her Instagram at Chef Marshall. Kevin Tarver as the Guard, the Cook, and Cedric. Leah Feaster as Hegemony, Celine, Ulissa, and the Villager. Her Instagram is at Leah Feaster, Twitter at PassionStars91, YouTube at Aegis Ludia. You can also check out her webcomic, Wicked Gamble, on tapas.io. And finally, the wonderful Alicia Williams as Farisha, the Princess Witch. She is a real one to watch, so I'm going to link all of her socials below. You can find Alicia on Instagram at _Alicia Williams, on TikTok at Leisha Poo, on YouTube as at Leisha Will, and for the uber professional folks, LinkedIn, Facebook, and IMDb as Alicia Williams. Last but not least, I owe a tremendous thank you to the person who elevated the curse from essentially a reading to a true audio experience, Alexander Nakarada of Serpent Sound Studios, who composed all of the music you've just heard, which is free to listen to, download, and use with permissions, so go check out their website and maybe leave them a tip as well. Thanks once again, and Festive Samhain!